Chapter 2119. Chu Li's body suddenly swayed and stuck close to the 4 elders, ignoring the 12 elders behind him. Bam, 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 bam. The palm energy was like a drum. His body trembled slightly as he forcefully endured the 16 palm energy. The 16 elders smiled. The sword at Chu Li's waist turned into a cold light and slashed an elder's throat. The elder's body movement technique was also extremely fast. He hurriedly retreated, but could not avoid it. His head was instantly separated from his body. The 15 old men were enraged and no longer dared to underestimate him. Their palms whistled as they tried to devour him. The middle-aged man in the distance also appeared outside the formation in a flash, filling in the gap left by the old man. Chu Li repeated the same trick and pounced at the 4 elders again. He did not care about himself and only swung his sword. The sword light was like lightning towards an elder's throat, but the elder retreated and avoided it. With this retreat, the formation slowed down. Chu Li suddenly drilled out of the formation. He was light and agile as if it was effortless. He had the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique. At this time, he could not care less and directly devoured their palm energy. He then used the coalescence sword technique to perish together, forcing the 15 elders and 1 middle-aged man to hesitate. Chu Li immediately shot out again and escaped far away from their pursuit. The 15 elders and the middle-aged man were extremely angry. Their anger and killing intent boiled, urging them to chase desperately. They tried to surround Chu Li several times and felt that they could kill him with a few more palms. However, Chu Li was extremely slippery. He did not give them a chance to surround him. No matter how they chased, they were still a little short. In the end, they used a secret skill in a hurry, and their speed suddenly increased. When they were about to catch up to Chu Li also used the sacrificial divine power. His speed was slightly faster than them, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, they were not anxious. With the heavenly demonic universe lock, it was useless for him to escape to the ends of the earth. A void diversion could destroy him. Chu Li could not use void diversion, but his speed was like a stream of light. The 16 of them could not catch up to him in such a short amount of time. They tried to use void diversion to catch up to him, but they could not see his shadow. When they teleported to Chu Li's original position, he was already far away. Chu Li suddenly activated the short and exquisite sword in his arms. Morong Cho suddenly appeared beside him. Morong Cho was dressed in a green gown. His eyes shone brightly as he said excitedly, "More people from the Profound Heart sect to kill." Chu Li tugged at his sleeve and sped away like a stream of light. He said in a low voice, "I've only killed one of the 17 fellas. There's still 16 left. I've been struck by the heavenly demonic universe lock, so I can't shift them. I'll bring you along." Morong Cho reached out to pull his sleeve and was about to leave. Chu Li shook his head and said, "It's useless. With the heavenly demonic universe lock, they can always catch up to us." Morong Cho said, "Let's return to my sect and see if they dare to come." Chu Li replied, "I want to kill them, not escape back to the Sword Demon sect. 16 fellows. The 2 of us won't be able to kill them all." No matter how arrogant Morong Cho was, he knew his limits. They could still deal with 6 of them, but there was no hope for 16 of them. It was tantamount to digging their own graves. Chu Li asked, "What if we include Senior Brother Gu and Senior Brother Jiang? Call them over together?" Morong Cho was surprised. "You're really daring to think about it." Chu Li said snappily, "We'll have to eliminate them anyway. The news won't spread. The Profound Heart sect will only think that I'm the one who did it. They might even think that the Flying Heaven sect used me as bait to kill them." "All right." Morong Cho nodded. "I'll ask Senior Brother and the others." Chu Li nodded. Morong Cho suddenly disappeared. Chu Li's body suddenly sped up and activated the sacrificial divine power to the 10th level. He could still hold on for half an hour. After half an hour, the sacrificial divine power would stop. He needed a good rest. However, he was a little curious. How did they find him and cast the heavenly demonic universe lock? The heavenly demonic universe lock seemed to need to be close to him to be cast, right? The people from the Profound Heart sect would not be able to get close to him. He had the omniscient mirror. As long as he was prepared, it would be impossible for anyone to take advantage of him. Therefore, it was very important to find out how he was hit by the heavenly demonic universe lock. After a while, Murong Cho appeared again. Gu Tianqi and Jiang Zhenghua followed beside him. Both of them were smiling with swords hanging on their shoulders. They waved their hands to greet him. Chu Li, on the other hand, bowed solemnly. I'll be the bait. When they surround us, Brother Murong and the two senior brothers will make a move. We'll catch them off guard. We'll definitely be able to kill a few of them, Chu Li said as he sped forward. His speed was extremely fast. Gu Tianqi and Jiang Zhenghua could not keep up with him. In the blink of an eye, they were left behind. Chu Li let go and Murong Cho disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared beside Gu Tianqi and Jiang Zhenghua. He explained to them, and the three of them disappeared together. Chu Li's movements suddenly slowed down. Then, 16 people appeared beside him. They surrounded him in the middle. Palm energy that covered the sky and the earth slammed down. It was like a storm shrouding him, not giving him a chance to escape. Chu Li pounced on the middle-aged man again. He did not care about the rest. The elders gritted their teeth and attacked with all their might. Bam, bam, sounds were heard when they hit his body. There was blood at the corner of Chu Li's mouth, but he still swung his sword. His sword light was unusually bright. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. The middle-aged man had a strange technique. However, he could not escape unscathed under the combination of Chu Li's sacrificial divine power and coalescence sword technique. He originally wanted to take this attack head-on. However, he realized that it was not good. He tried to avoid it, but he could not avoid it completely. His shoulder was cut by the sword. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He could not stop it and could only retreat. Murong Cho and the other two suddenly appeared outside the formation. They swung their swords at the same time. 3 beams of sword light rang out almost at the same time. They were unprepared. The elders hated Chu Li to the core. All of their attention was focused on killing Chu Li. They lost their vigilance. When Murong Cho and the other three's swords shone on them, they realized that something was wrong. It was too late to dodge. Swish! 3 heads flew into the sky. A pillar of blood followed. Murong Cho and the other 2 rushed into the formation and met up with Chu Li. They swung their swords at the same time and blocked the attacks of the remaining 12 people. Swish, 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 swish. The sword light cut through the palm energy. Chu Li flashed and escaped the encirclement again. He fled into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Murong Cho and the other 2 suddenly disappeared in a flash. They moved through the void and left. The remaining 12 people were furious. They chased after Chu Li again. Chu Li waited for them to catch up and attacked again. He used the same old method. This time, the elders of Profound Heart Sect learned their lesson. They no longer attacked with all their might. Instead, 4 of them attacked, and the remaining 8 were on guard. Murong Cho and the other 2 appeared again. They waved their swords and attacked the 8 elders. Chu Li suddenly swayed and avoided the 4 elders in front of him. He appeared behind Murong Cho's opponent and swept his sword. It was silent and without any killing intent. Coupled with his body movement technique, he was not discovered by the elder. Murong Cho's sword stabbed at the same time. The elder was about to dodge, but he felt a pain in his back. He had been hit by the sword. The energy in his body suddenly surged out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other elder saw Chu Li's sneak attack and hit him on the back with his palm. It was a solid hit. However, it was absorbed by the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique. Chu Li pretended to be injured and spat out another arrow of blood. Chapter 2120. Murong Cho shouted, "I'll do it myself." Chu Li wiped the corner of his mouth and said snappily, "There are so many of them, and you still want to do it yourself. Aren't you stupid?" Gu Tianqi quickly said, "Junior brother Murong, don't be stupid. We can't even handle them together, and you still want to fight them alone?" All right. Murong Cho also felt that his words were inappropriate and said helplessly, "Then we'll work together to kill them. Damn it, so many of them are taking care of you. They really think highly of you." Chu Li smiled. They'll kill me at all costs. After his soaring demon technique improved, his body movement technique was not only faster, but also more agile and unpredictable. His body moved with his thoughts and was often beyond imagination. There was no sign of him advancing or retreating, and he was extremely fast. This allowed him to deal with the encirclement with ease. They fought as they escaped, slowly devouring the profound heart sect elders. Unknowingly, there were only 8 profound heart sect elders left. At this time, Chu Li and the other 3 started to be careful and restrained. Brother Morong, you guys go first. I can handle it. Chu Li raised his voice. Morong Cho said, all right. He knew that these people from Profound Heart Sect would commit suicide if something went wrong. The power was shocking. He had personally experienced the power of the heavenly demonic disintegration technique. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. Chu Li urged, go quickly, go quickly. Senior Brother Gu, Senior Brother Jiang will go first. Morong Cho shouted. The 2 senior brothers were his help. If they were in danger because of this, he would be guilty. All right, UNC, be careful. If you really can't handle it, call us. Gu Tianchi said. Chu Li nodded and closed fist saluted. His figure was at ease under the encirclement of the 8 elders. He was calm like a fish in water. The 3 of them suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chu Li turned and ran. The 8 of them could not stop him at all. They desperately chased after him and kept teleporting in front of him. However, they were easily bypassed by him. They could only watch him run for 2 days and 1 night. One morning, he ran to a towering peak. He stood at the bottom of the peak and shouted, Will UNC of Flying Heaven Sect greet Senior Feng Changsheng of Great Dream Sect? His voice was like thunder, reverberating through the entire mountain range, resounding through every inch of land. After the roar, the 8 elders' faces changed. They did not expect Chu Li to come to the Great Dream faction. Although the Profound Heart faction was strong and they were not afraid of other factions, they could not afford to offend the Great Dream faction. They stopped in their tracks and stood at the peak of another mountain. They wanted to see if Chu Li was bluffing to scare them. If he could really enter the Great Dream sect, then they could not chase after him anymore. Instead, they had to send the news back to the sect. What kind of rude person is this? How dare you make such a fuss? You deserve to die. A loud voice was heard, and an invisible force slapped Chu Li's face. Chu Li swayed lightly and dodged the attack. Then, he swayed again and dodged the second attack. Then, he swayed again and dodged the third attack. Chu Li's expression turned serious. He didn't expect this guy to be so persistent and go too far. I was ordered by the sect leader to come to the Great Dream faction to deliver a message to Senior Feng. Chu Li shouted and swayed lightly to avoid the palm energy that was chasing after him. This palm energy was controlled by someone who was hiding in the dark. To be able to control such a palm energy from a distance, it was really mysterious and impressive. However, Chu Li would not stop because of this and let them slap him in the face. He thought about the sect leader's warning and shook his head helplessly. The people from the Great Dream faction were really weird and could not be judged by common sense. He was a guest, so even if he was rude, he would not be beaten. If he was not worried about his opponent's temper, he would have slapped back and stopped the endless entanglement. However, right after he said that, a cold scoff came from the void opposite him. I don't care which sect you are from. If you make a fuss in the Great Dream faction, you will be taught a lesson, or else get lost. Chu Li stopped abruptly and lightly struck out with his palm. Bang! An explosion sounded like thunder. Chu Li stood firmly on the ground. His clothes were fluttering as if he was in a strong wind. Very good. A slender and handsome young man appeared in the void with a sneer. The young man was tall and handsome. At first glance, he looked like a beauty. However, if one looked closely, one would see his Adam's apple and beard. The thin beard could only be seen clearly. Dan Feng's eyes were bright as he stared at Chu Li. Chu Li frowned and looked at him. He closed fists, saluted, and said, May I know who you are? Song Yukuan. The handsome young man said coldly, The Great Dream faction is not allowed to make loud noises. Otherwise, It will disturb our fellow disciples who are cultivating in isolation. It is a big sin. How can you be so rude? This is not how a guest should behave. Chu Li smiled. I don't believe that the Great Dream faction does not have a protective formation. Almost all of the sect's great protective formations had the effect of reducing sound, and there were no exceptions. Otherwise, as long as a person who was proficient in the demonic song sang a song, or even a person with a high cultivation base whistled a few times, they would be able to attack the sects, and the sects would suffer great losses. Song Yukuin was obviously trying to pick a fight with him. Song Yukuin said coldly, whether or not there is a protective formation has nothing to do with your shouting. Since you are so rude, we naturally don't need to talk about hospitality. You want to see senior brother foam? Fine, then kowtow twice to apologize. Otherwise, go back to where you came from. Chu Li frowned. Can't you make an exception? No, Song Yukuin said in a low voice. Chu Li knew that his position was higher than Song Yukuin. If not, he would not dare to do such a thing. He just did not understand why Song Yukuin was against him. Could it be because of him making a ruckus? That would be ridiculous. However, the disciples of the Great Dream faction had strange tempers. He shook his head and said slowly, if that's the case, I have to defeat you to see senior foam. If you defeat me, I will report directly. Song Yukuin said slowly. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Chu Li sighed. Let's do it then. Chu Li, who had the life and death scripture, always unconsciously hid his aura. Others could not tell how strong he was. Once they fought, they realized that he was stronger than he looked. They did not think that anything was wrong and thought that it was because of the treasures. Song Yukuin thought that his cultivation level was only SOSO. He was very disdainful. Come. Chu Li suddenly appeared in front of him and clawed down. His 5 claws were like hooks. It was frightening. Song Yukuin took a step back and dodged it. He said in disdain, that's all you've got. Chu Li continued to attack with his claws, but he realized that Song Yukuin was always able to dodge his attacks, just in time. No matter how fast Chu Li's body movement technique was, or how sudden and strange it was, or how unimaginable it was, Song Yukuin was always able to dodge it. It was as if Song Yukuin knew his moves in advance. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He knew what was going on. Song Yukuin could predict his moves. It was obviously the antique study of the Great Dream faction. No wonder he was so arrogant and did not take him seriously, even though his cultivation level was higher than his. Chapter 21:21. From the looks of it, this flower gazing heart technique was similar to his nature restoration manifestation. As his heavenly star insight technique and omniscient mirror improved, his nature restoration manifestation became stronger as well. However, he rarely used it because the heavenly star insight technique conflicted with the nature restoration manifestation. As for the heavenly star void technique, he had been using it all this time, multitasking and deriving all sorts of profoundness. He had not even given up on deriving the patterns on the heart of Azura, the profoundness of the heavenly book of indifference, the flying god-fiend technique, and so on. As such, the nature restoration manifestation could not be used all the time. However, his martial arts did not require the nature restoration manifestation, so he did not stop using the heavenly star insight to use the nature restoration manifestation. However, he knew how to break the nature restoration manifestation and the flower gazing heart technique. The most important thing was to catch him by surprise. It was best to use martial arts that he had never used before, such as the sword technique he learned from the demonic sword sect. He had to use it as a surprise. He tried but failed. Song Yukuin seemed to be able to see through his moves and avoid them in advance. It was quite amazing. He knew that the flower gazing heart technique was different from his nature restoration manifestation. It was a completely different heart technique with its own mysteries. He thought that he could block others from prying into his thoughts, so the strange flower gazing heart technique was able to see through his thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dodge so easily. Song Yukuin, what martial arts is this? Chu Li asked. He was sure that Song Yukuin would tell him the truth and not hide anything. He was so arrogant that he did not want to hide anything. Flower gazing in dream. Song Yukuin scoffed. Chu Li praised. What a good flower gazing. It lives up to its name. Could it be that he saw through my thoughts and knew what I was going to do? That's why he was able to avoid it? The omniscient mirror could not see through Song Yukuin's thoughts as it was covered by a hazy white light. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, different from the treasures worn by other people. Song Yukuin said, I might as well tell you that I can see through what you're going to do. Impossible. Chu Li shook his head. The two of them exchanged blows as they spoke. Chu Li's flying demon claw was abrupt and strangely fast, and it was impossible to defend against it. Song Yukuin, on the other hand, dodged it with ease, as if his body could maintain a distance from Chu Li and he could not touch him. As Chu Li spoke, he analyzed the reason behind it. Soon he realized that the flower in the dream was not looking at his mind, but at his body. It was very likely that the flower was judging what he was about to do through some of his small movements, and thus avoided it in advance. It was even a type of profound sensation that allowed one to maintain an equal distance from him and be in a safe position at all times without being attacked. No matter what, it was an extremely profound mental cultivation technique. As he thought of this, he suddenly stretched out his hand and a stone flew into his palm. He then shot it out. Chi 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 chi. The stone burst into several small pebbles and enveloped Song Yukuin. Song Yukuin waved his sleeves, and a wave of energy surged out, causing the pebbles to change directions and shoot into the nearby forest. The trees exploded, forming small holes that pierced through the ancient trees. Song Yukuin occasionally glanced at the ancient trees that had been pierced through. His expression did not change, but he was secretly apprehensive. Wu Yuanxi's cultivation was so profound that he was no match for him. He became more careful, and his movements became more agile. Chu Li was light and agile, and so was Song Yukuin. He was always slightly faster than Chu Li. Chu Li could not even touch him, not even a strand of his hair. Song Yukuin felt a little vexed, but he was secretly annoyed, so his movements became faster and faster. In the end, he could only see two shadows tangling with each other. He could not see their faces or clothes clearly. Bang! Chu Li suddenly hit Song Yukuin with his palm. He suddenly changed from extreme movement to extreme stillness. This way, Song Yukuin was caught off guard. Even if he could react, his body could not turn around, and he was hit in the chest by Chu Li's palm. Bang! Song Yukuin landed on the ancient tree behind him. Then, with a crack, the ancient tree behind him slowly fell. It had already been pierced through by the pebbles, and now that it was hit by Song Yukuin, the ancient tree could not hold on any longer. It slowly fell and broke in the middle. Chu Li smiled and took a step back. Thank you, Master Song. Good, good. There was blood at the corner of Song Yukuin's mouth. Chu Li could not hold back, or else he might not have hit Song Yukuin. It was rare that Song Yukuin was only slightly injured when he used all his strength. Chu Li noticed that there was a strange vibration coming from his body. Chu Li smiled at him. Are you okay? Song Yukuin slowly got up and said coldly, Good skill, you win. I will report immediately. Chu Li closed fist saluted. Thank you. Song Yukuin scoffed. Don't worry about it. I lost the bet. He turned around and was about to walk up the mountain. Chu Li quickly stopped him. Master Song, did you see through my thoughts, or could you predict my subtle movements? Song Yukuin was annoyed. Do you think I will tell you? Chu Li smiled. That's nothing, right? Don't even think about it. Song Yukuin turned around and walked away. He covered his chest and coughed twice. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest. Chu Li frowned as he watched him disappear. Song Yukuin was not to be underestimated. If they were to really fight, Chu Li might not be able to kill him. He had extremely sharp instincts and incredible speed. He was one of the most difficult people to deal with. After a while, Song Yukuin appeared again. His face was as white as a sheet. Chu Li's palm force had been lingering around his internal organs. He could not control it. The palm force was too pure and solid. Although Song Yukuin's cultivation level was high, he could not control it. He could not get rid of it. Therefore, After taking the spirit pill, his injuries became worse. Go in. Song Yukuin scoffed. Follow me. Chu Li suddenly flashed to his back and patted him lightly. Song Yukuin wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With his injuries, he could not do as he wished. He could only let Chu Li pat him on the back. A rich inner energy entered his body. The strange and unpredictable palm force that came into contact with this rich inner energy disappeared like snow in boiling water. He turned his head and stared at Chu Li. Thank you. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. The two of them floated up and soon arrived at a huge tree house in the forest. Chu Li lifted his head and looked at the huge tree house. It was about 20 meters long and 10 meters tall. It was located in the middle of 4 trees. The roof almost reached the top of the trees. The ancient trees were so tall that they almost reached the clouds. It was no different from a skyscraper. Chu Li lifted his head and looked at Song Yukuin. Song Yukuin raised his voice. Brother Feng, you're here. Come up. A hoarse voice called out. Chu Li floated up and landed at the entrance of the treehouse. He went straight in. A skinny old man sat in the middle of the wide hall. He had a head full of white hair and his face was covered with deep wrinkles. Chu Li fist saluted. Wu Yuanci of the Flying Heaven sect greets Senior Feng. This is a letter from the sect leader. He took out the letter written by Zhao Lingfeng and handed it to him with both hands. The skinny old man opened his eyes and looked at him coldly. He took the letter and looked at it. He nodded. Earth demonic stone. Too bad you're too late. Chu Li was stunned. He quickly asked, Is the earth demonic stone gone? No. The skinny old man sighed. It's gone. Chapter 21-22. Chu Li was shocked. Senior Feng, what do you mean? The earth demon stone is gone. The skinny Feng, Changsheng, sighed. Young Wu, you're too late. Chu Li said, The sect leader said that the earth demon stone is with you. As long as I bring a letter here, I'll be able to get it. This earth demon stone was meant for Brother Zhao, but it was stolen. Feng Changsheng shook his head and sighed. It's my fault. I can't face Brother Zhao. Chu Li was stunned. Someone stole it. Feng Changsheng nodded slowly. The last time I came out of isolated cultivation, I was ambushed by a few people and the earth demon stone was stolen. Chu Li asked, Someone else knows about the earth demon stone? Feng Changsheng said slowly, I found this earth demon stone when I was young. I've given it to Brother Zhao. Since he can't use it now, he left it for me to study. No one else knows about it except the two of us. Chu Li looked at him in confusion. Feng Changsheng said, It's impossible that someone knew about the earth demon stone and came to steal it. It's very likely that they stole it. However, the Great Dream sect has many enemies. It's hard to tell which sect stole it. Can't you tell from their martial arts? Chu Li asked. He was suspicious of Feng Changsheng, since only the two of them knew about it, and Zhao Lingfeng could not have stolen it. The only suspect was Feng Changsheng. Feng Changsheng looked at Chu Li and saw the suspicion in his eyes. He sighed. This is very strange. I'm the biggest suspect. Unfortunately, I can't prove my innocence. Chu Li said, We should have told the sect leader about this earlier and asked him to help us get it back. These people are untraceable. Even the Great Dream sect can't figure them out. How can we find them? Feng Changsheng said slowly. His face was tense, and his eyes were cold. Chu Li frowned. Are we just going to let it go? Feng Changsheng shook his head. We can only swallow this. Chu Li said, No matter what, we should still tell the sect leader. I'll report back immediately. Sigh. Feng Changsheng said slowly. I'll personally go to the Flying Heaven sect and explain to Brother Zhao. Chu Li nodded. Feng Changsheng pulled up his sleeve, and the two of them suddenly disappeared. The next moment, they appeared at the foot of the Flying Heaven sect's mountain. Chu Li led him straight into the sect, and when they arrived at the basilica, they saw Zhao Lingfeng. When Zhao Lingfeng saw him, he was stunned for a moment before he cupped his fists and said with a smile, Brother Feng, you're a rare guest. Come, sit down and talk. Chu Li gave a fist salute and excused himself. He returned to his courtyard with a solemn expression. This matter was a little strange. The status of the Great Dream sect was not ordinary. It was similar to the heaven-shaking tower in the Beyond Heavens realm. Robbing the disciples of the Great Dream sect was a huge risk. Even if they were masked and could not be seen clearly, they could still be found through the method of deduction. This was something that most people knew. These people knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but they still chose to go there. It was obvious that they were driven by a huge profit. What profit? It was the Earth Demon Stones. It was obvious that they had found out about the Earth Demon Stone. Logically speaking, there were only two people who knew about the Earth Demon Stone, and Zhao Lingfeng would not have revealed it to anyone else. However, from Feng Changxing's expression, it did not seem likely. He could see through people's subtle expressions. Even if the omniscient mirror could not see through Feng Changxing's mind, he could still determine that Feng Changxing did not reveal anything through his subtle expressions and movements. Could it be Zhao Lingfeng? He pondered for a moment, but did not rush to deny it. He could not see through the sect leader, Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng was extremely intelligent and shrewd. He had many tricks up his sleeves that could not be defended against. It was not easy for him to trick the Profound Heart sect. The Profound Heart sect was powerful not because of one person, but because of the heart method that they cultivated. Their minds were refined, and their thoughts were meticulous and complicated. All the disciples were like this. When they gathered together to brainstorm, they would often plot against others, but rarely would they be plotted against. If it was not for the fact that their sect's martial arts were not strong enough, they would have been the most powerful sect in the world. However, such a powerful sect had been ruthlessly schemed against by the Flying Heaven sect. The sect protecting array had been broken, and they had charged straight into their lair to massacre them. It could be said that they had torn apart the Profound Heart sect's reputation. Zhao Lingfeng was the first person who had caused the Profound Heart sect to lose face like this. A moment later, footsteps were heard. A young disciple came to greet him. The sect leader had invited him in. When Chuli arrived at the basilica, Zhao Lingfeng was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be deep in thought and did not speak. Chuli Fist saluted and stood aside to look at him. After a while, Zhao Lingfeng turned to look at him and sighed. "UNC, what do you think?" Chuli shook his head. "It doesn't seem like Senior Feng leaked the information. What do you think?" Zhao Lingfeng asked. Chuli nodded. Zhao Lingfeng nodded and said, "I feel the same way. I understand Brother Feng's character, and I trust him. However, the Earth Demon Stone has been stolen. This is somewhat strange." Chuli said, "Unfortunately, the Earth Demonic Stone is too mysterious, so there is no way to find it. Did the sect leader leave a mark on the stone so that we can find it? If it was not for the Earth Demonic Stone's ability to conceal the secrets of the heavens, the Great Dream Sect would have found it long ago. However, the Earth Demonic Stone could conceal the secrets of the heavens, so it was impossible to find it." Zhao Lingfeng shook his head and sighed. "The Earth Demonic Stone is not an ordinary item. It's almost impossible to leave a mark on it. Forget it. It was a gift from Brother Feng. It's fine if it's lost." Chuli said, "Sect leader, this is related to my return to the Grandmaster's realm. Since you don't have the Earth Demonic Stone, you can forget about going to the Grandmaster's realm." Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. "It's too dangerous." Chuli smiled. "Does the senior in the City of Thousand Swords have an item like the Earth Demonic Stone?" Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. "Then you don't have to worry about it." Chuli did not tell them that he was proficient in the cloud slashing power and could evade detection. He was very interested in the Earth Demonic Stone and wanted to see what it was like. He might be able to enter the Azura boundary with it. Chuli said, "Sect leader, I want to track down the Earth Demonic Stone." "All right." Zhao Lingfeng agreed without hesitation. "But be careful. You almost got killed last time, didn't you?" Chuli smiled. "You really can't underestimate the Profound Heart sect. Go." Zhao Lingfeng said, "Remember not to offend anyone in the Demeng clan. Their disciples all have unfathomable abilities, and they can scheme against you without you even knowing it." Chuli nodded solemnly. He closed fists, saluted, and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared at the foot of the mountain of the Great Dream Sect. He saw the skinny Feng Changsheng standing there quietly, as if waiting for someone. Feng Changsheng turned to look at him. "Let's go." Chuli looked at his expression and knew that he would not give up. He wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. The Great Dream Sect was indeed worthy of its name. Feng Changsheng said calmly, "How do you want to investigate?" "I want to know where Senior Feng fell into the ambush," Chu Li said. "Follow me," Feng Changsheng said. The two of them flashed once again and appeared in a forest. The surroundings were filled with ancient trees that were verdant and lush. Chapter 21-23. This is where I was ambushed. Feng Changsheng pointed to his surroundings, shook his head, and sighed. I was too careless. I didn't think that there would be people lying in ambush here. More importantly, all of them concealed their auras, and they were actually able to hide from me. So, this group of people is definitely not ordinary. He was an elite disciple of the Great Dream Sect. Not only was his martial arts outstanding, but his intuition was also better than most people. Almost no one could plot against him. This time, however, he had failed miserably and lost the Earth Demon Stone due to an unexpected turn of events. Chu Li asked, "They didn't kill you, Senior Feng?" Feng Changxing frowned. "They only injured me and took the Earth Demon Stone and some spirit pills when I couldn't move. They didn't do anything else. It seems like they were here to rob me." Chu Li asked, "If that's the case, they might have met you by chance?" Feng Changxing thought about it and sighed. "I've analyzed it many times and concluded that it was intentional. They seemed to know my whereabouts and purposely ambushed me here. It wasn't a coincidence." Chu Li frowned. "That's strange. How many people know your whereabouts? Could they be disciples from the same sect?" His expression changed as he looked at Feng Changsheng. Feng Changsheng shook his head. "No one in the sect knows my whereabouts. Even the sect leader doesn't know that I left the sect. The disciples of the Great Dream Sect are free to leave the sect whenever they want." Chu Li said, "If that's the case, someone was guarding outside the sect and waited for you to leave the sect. Then, they set up an ambush here. They could also be tracking you. There are many secret techniques that can track you." Feng Changxing scoffed. Based on what he knew, there were many secret techniques that could track someone without him knowing. Chu Li pondered. "I still think it's someone close to me." "Don't talk nonsense." Feng Changxing frowned and glared at him. Chu Li smiled and closed fist saluted. "Senior Feng, please forgive me. It's just my intuition. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, I have to investigate." "Impossible." Feng Changsheng shook his head. "The sect doesn't know that I have the Earth Demon Stone, and there's no need for them to steal it. If they really needed it, they could just tell Brother Zhao and use it for a while." Chu Li asked, "What if they want to take it for themselves? There's no need to fight for it." Feng Changsheng snorted and said, "Brother Zhao doesn't care about this. It's not a big deal to give it to them." Chu Li shook his head and said, "Senior Feng, since there are no clues from the outside, let's check inside the sect. Then there are even fewer clues." Feng Changsheng snorted. Chu Li smiled. "I'll go with my gut feeling then. I want to stay in the sect for half a month. If I don't have any clues after half a month, I'll let this matter go." "All right." Feng Changsheng hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. Early in the morning, Chu Li descended from the treetop. The tips of his feet tapped lightly on the thick and soft leaves. His movements were light and agile. As he performed the flying demon technique, his body became more agile. With the circulation of his inner energy, he was able to borrow strength from the air without touching the ground. Chu Li suddenly realized that the flying demon technique was indeed worthy of its name. He could vaguely feel like he was flying, as if he had a pair of wings on his body, allowing him to soar freely in the sky. The more he practiced the flying demon technique, the more he could feel the feeling of flying. It was really mysterious and unusual. After practicing the flying demon technique for a while, he quietly sat down and activated the omniscient mirror. He carefully observed the entire Big Dream Sect. There were only about 100 people in the Big Dream Sect. Of course, other than the 9 basilicas that he could not spy on, he could clearly see the other disciples' courtyards. He carefully observed every disciple. Among the 100 disciples, there were 10 whose cultivation level was similar to his. The rest of the disciples were weaker than him. There was no one who was stronger than him. Li Yuquan, who provoked him before, was considered to have the highest cultivation level among them. The martial arts heart technique of the 100 disciples were all different. They all practiced the flower visualization and dreams technique. However, the rest of the martial arts were different. Some practiced swords, some practiced fist techniques, and some even practiced knife techniques. Other than martial arts, they also practiced a strange heart technique. It was a mysterious technique similar to the heavenly heart technique. Once they started cultivating, they would become one with heaven and earth. Chuli knew that this antique technique was used by them to predict the future. Unfortunately, once it was used, their bodies would be surrounded by a clear light. He could not see their bodies clearly, nor could he see the circulation of the heart technique. As for the flower visualization and dreams technique, he could see it clearly. There were new disciples cultivating. These disciples did not have any treasures with them. After all, they were low-level disciples. Chuli could clearly see the circulation of their heart technique and the flower visualization and dreams technique. However, Chuli did not cultivate it. He was only trying to predict it. He wanted to find the mystery of the flower visualization and dreams technique and find its weakness. Among the 100 disciples, there were 10 new disciples. They were all talented. Chuli's focus was on these 10 disciples. He wanted to see how they would cultivate the antique technique of the Big Dream sect step by step. From there, he could understand the cultivation system of the Big Dream sect. The Big Dream sect might become his enemy in the future. These 10 disciples were naturally talented. Chuli looked at them carefully. In the end, he found something strange. One of the disciples was covered by a layer of clear light. He could not see through it. At first, Chuli thought that this disciple was someone with secret skills. He thought that he was a spy from another sect. That was why he looked at him carefully. However, he did not find anything strange. Logically speaking, a spy who just entered the sect would have some strange behavior. Even if he tried to hide it, he would not be able to hide it from his omniscient mirror. Subtle expressions and movements would always be exposed. However, there was nothing strange about this young man. Later on, he determined that the young man had a treasure on him that concealed his aura and details. He couldn't see through it, and others couldn't see through it either. But how could a young man who had just entered the sect have a treasure? Could it be that this young man had a treasure because of his high status? When he entered the wooden hut for breakfast, he asked about the young man's background. I Ching Song, Feng Changsheng, stopped eating. He thought for a while and said, "He is a new disciple. I heard he is from the Yi family of Green River." Chuli looked at him suspiciously. Feng Changsheng said, "The Yi family of Green River is considered a wealthy family. They have good qualifications. Masters Jr. Yi is from the Yi family of Green River." Chuli said, "So he has a treasure to protect himself at such a young age? It is inevitable." Feng Changsheng said, "The Yi family will not be stingy with those who enter the Dream sect." Chuli nodded. He was still curious. He smiled and asked, "Can I meet this young master, Yi?" "Yes, just ask him to come." Feng Changsheng nodded. He raised his voice. "Yukuan." Song Yukuan quickly appeared. He closed fist saluted. Feng Changsheng said, "Ask I Ching Song to come see me." "Yes." Song Yukuan looked at Chuli. He closed fist saluted and left. After a while, Song Yukuan came with a skinny young man. He was handsome. There was a cold aura between his eyebrows. He closed fist saluted. Feng Changsheng looked at Chuli. Chuli stepped forward and extended his hand. Chapter 21-24. I Ching Song took a step back and looked at him coldly. Chuli smiled and said, "I'm Wu Yuanzi. Brother, why don't we help each other and exchange a few blows? I've just entered the sect, and I'm not good enough to spar with anyone." I Ching Song took another step back and said coldly, "Find someone else." Chuli retracted his hand and sighed. "Brother, he doesn't look like a beginner. Your aptitude is really impressive." Song Yukuan chuckled and shook his head. "Junior Brother Yi's talent is so high that it is rare in the world. Young Master Wu, your cultivation level is higher now, but I estimate that Junior Brother Yi will catch up to you in less than a year." Chuli smiled at him. "What about Brother Song?" "Me?" Song Yukuan shook his head. "I'm not as good, but I'm still better than you." Chu smiled. Then we'll see. Brother E, if you have time, why don't we get to know each other and interact more? After all, working behind closed doors will affect your progress. I Ching Song nodded coldly, looking like he was 1,000 miles away. Chu did not mind at all and continued to smile. I heard that the E family is a famous family in Green Creek. Their disciples are really extraordinary. No wonder, brother, he has such amazing aptitude. You flatter me. I Ching Song obviously did not want to talk to him anymore. Chu smiled. The E family must have a rich heritage for such a famous family. Brother E, you must have some treasures on you? No, I Ching Song flatly denied. Chu said, Brother E, that's not right. Why lie? I Ching Song looked at him and turned away, obviously not wanting to talk to him anymore. Chu shook his head and smiled at Song Yukuin. Song Yukuin frowned. You can tell that, brother, he has a treasure? Of course. Chu grinned and said, the aura of treasures around him is sparkling and vibrant. Brother Song, can't you tell? Nonsense. Song Yukuin scoffed. Brother, he doesn't have any treasure to protect himself. He was also someone who could see through treasures, but he couldn't see what kind of treasure I Ching Song had. Naturally, he didn't believe it. Chu sighed. Looks like Brother Song can't tell. He turned his head to look at Feng Changsheng. Senior Feng, you've noticed, right? No. Feng Changsheng shook his head gently and said, I can't see any trace of a treasure. You must be mistaken, Yuan Si. Oh, Chu said disapprovingly. How about we make a bet? What bet? Song Yukuin snorted. Chu smiled and said, let's see which of us has a better eye and whether brother he has a treasure or not. Farewell. I Ching Song closed fists saluted and said in a deep voice, glaring coldly at Chu. Without waiting for Chu to reply, he turned around and walked out. Chu grinned as he looked at him, then at Song Yukuin and Feng Changsheng. He didn't go too far and didn't force him. He couldn't see through this I Ching Song and vaguely felt that something was off. Song Yukuin shook his head and said, Wu Yuanci, you are being a little unreasonable. Is it because you saw junior brother Yi's shocking aptitude that you went crazy with jealousy? So you took the opportunity to humiliate him? Chu could not help but laugh. Brother Song, you're underestimating me too much. However, this brother Yi's talent is too shocking. Your sect has never met someone like him before, right? Of course, Song Yukuin said proudly. As long as a genius like him doesn't make any mistakes, he'll definitely become a top-notch person in the future. Wu Yuanci, you don't deserve to be junior brother Yi's opponent. Chu smiled. Then I shall congratulate your sect. Great Dream Sect is lucky to have junior brother Yi, but your Flying Heaven sect isn't bad either. But be careful of Profound Heart sect. They're not easy to deal with. Song Yukuin scoffed. Of course. Chu nodded. Song Yukuin did not say anything else. He closed fists, saluted Feng Changsheng, and floated away. Chu looked like he was deep in thought. Feng Changsheng said, Is there something wrong with I Ching Song? Chu said, Senior Feng, don't you think it's strange? Senior's cultivation level is shocking. You should be able to sense it. This I Ching Song's martial arts progress is too fast, and his aptitude is too nature-defying. It's really beyond imagination. Feng Changsheng slowly nodded. Such aptitude is indeed rare, but it's not like it doesn't exist. It's not surprising. Has Great Dream Sect ever had someone like this? Chu asked. Feng Changsheng nodded. There have been a few people like this, and all of them were geniuses that revitalized the sect, allowing the sect leader to dominate the world. I see. I'm really ignorant. Chu closed fists saluted. He has a treasure with him? You can really tell? Feng Changsheng asked. Yes. Chu nodded. It's a little strange, so I'm curious to see what kind of treasure it is. This is a taboo. Feng Changsheng shook his head. Treasures are the foundation of survival. Once outsiders know about it, they'll put themselves in danger, so they won't let others know. Chu nodded. Feng Changsheng said, You're not suspecting that the Earth Demon Stone is with him, are you? He really did not know that I Ching Song had a treasure with him, so he was a little ashamed. However, he was also an intelligent person, and none of the great dream sect's disciples were stupid. He immediately guessed Chu Li's suspicion and shook his head. That's impossible. Chu Li asked, why is it impossible? Feng Changsheng scoffed. Although the Yi family is strong, they won't dare to offend the sect. Even if there are 2 disciples in the sect, stealing my treasure is the same as destroying their own future. If this gets out, they won't be able to make a comeback. Although the Earth Demon Stone is good, it's not worth it. That's true. Chu Li slowly nodded. Feng Changsheng said, stop overthinking. Chu Li slowly shook his head. I have a gut feeling that the Earth Demon Stone is with him. Your gut feeling is wrong. Feng Changsheng shook his head. Maybe it's because I want it too much. That's why I'm hallucinating. Don't worry, I won't give up. I'll find the Earth Demon Stone. Chu Li smiled. If he could find it, he would not have delayed it until now. If he could not find it now, there was no hope left. He shook his head and closed fist saluted, then turned around and left the wooden house. The omniscient mirror was still on I Ching Song, watching his every move. After leaving the wooden house, I Ching Song did not care at all and continued to cultivate in his courtyard. In the evening, Song Yukuin appeared in the wooden house and closed fist saluted to report an order. It was an order to expel Chu Li from the Great Dream Sect. Feng Changsheng called Chu Li over and announced the order helplessly. Chu Li looked at the 2 of them, surprised. Feng Changsheng sighed. UNC, there's no other way. The sect leader has ordered that you have to leave. You can't stay in the inner or near the sect anymore, or else it'll be seen as a provocation to the sect. Chu Li frowned at Feng Changsheng, then at Song Yukuin, and shook his head. Ridiculous. Song Yukuin sneered. Wu UNC, you're a smart man. You should know the reason. Chu Li frowned. Just because I provoked I Ching Song, I'm expelled from the sect? That's right. Song Yukuin nodded. With junior brother Yi's status, he will not allow anyone to disturb his cultivation, distract him, and hinder his advancement in cultivation. Chu Li laughed and shook his head. That's 2. Chapter 21-25. Chu Li's expression darkened. Feng Changsheng said, Yukuin, don't spout nonsense. Song Yukuin sneered and said, Senior brother Feng, am I wrong? Why do you have to make it sound so bad? Feng Changsheng said, the sect is too worried about junior brother E. That's why it's like this. UNC has no ill intentions. I'm just curious. That's none of my business. Song Yukuin said, even if you're curious, you have to go outside the sect. Please leave now. Wu UNC, since the sect leader has given an order, you can't go against it. Are you still going to stay here? Chu Li sighed and shook his head. Fine, if that's the case, I'll leave. Feng Changsheng hesitated and sighed. UNC, it's good that you leave first. Don't worry, I'll continue to investigate that matter and give Brother Zhao an explanation. The sect leader is very protective of junior brother E. After all, he has such potential and a bright future. Please don't take it to heart. Chu Li fist saluted. I dare not. He looked at Song Yukuin. Brother Song, I have something to say to Senior Feng. Please excuse me. Leave the sect before today, or don't blame us for being rude. Song Yukuin said. Chu Li said, don't worry. Song Yukuin curled his lips in disdain and fluttered away. Chu Li took a deep breath and wanted to slap Song Yukuin again, but he restrained himself and calmed his anger. Senior Feng, I'll leave now. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to Brother Zhao. Feng Changsheng said apologetically. It's not a big deal. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter, but this young master, UNC, don't say anything about junior brother E. Feng Changsheng shook his head. This is the sect leader's warning. Even I can't touch junior brother E or cause him trouble, or I'll be punished. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Is that the only way? Feng Changsheng nodded slowly. Let's slow down for now. If the Earth Demon Stone is really with junior brother E, I have my ways to test it out. I'll have to trouble you then, Senior Feng, Chu Li said. Feng Changsheng said sternly, UNC, you must never provoke junior brother E again. Otherwise, given the sect master's temper, he will definitely not let you off easily. You won't be able to withstand his wrath. Chu Li smiled. You're not going to kill me, are you? Very likely, Feng Changsheng said solemnly. Chu Li was startled and slowly nodded. It was only then that he felt the domineering and imposing manner of the Great Dream sect. It was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was even better than the Sword Demon sect. He felt humiliated. Even though he was only impersonating Wu Yuanxi and not a member of the Flying Heaven sect, he still felt angry. His martial arts and strength were not taken seriously at all, and he allowed himself to be punished as he pleased. He had originally planned to attack secretly to find out if I Ching Song had the Earth Demonic Stone. However, according to Feng Changsheng, if he really did that, he would definitely be hunted down by the Great Dream sect. The Great Dream sect was like the heaven-shaking pavilion, able to see through the mysteries of the heavens. Once they set their eyes on him and used all their strength to deduce and investigate him, they might be able to find out his background. At that time, he would lose more than he gained. He thought about it and felt that he should be more careful. He should not go against the Great Dream sect directly. He could only bear with it for now and find a chance to take revenge in the future. If he attacked now, he would not stand a chance. Yuanxi, let me send you back, Feng Changsheng said. The Profound Heart sect is hunting you. Be careful. Chu Li Fist saluted. Thank you, Senior Feng. He knew that Feng Changsheng was worried that he would cause trouble for I Ching Song in private. That was why he had to escort him back. He was worried that Chu Li would be swayed by his emotions and would not be able to take it anymore. The two left the sect and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, they appeared at the foot of the mountain of the Flying Heaven sect and entered the sect again. The two went straight to the basilica. Zhao Lingfeng appeared at the entrance of the basilica and gestured for them to enter. Feng Changsheng Fist saluted and apologized. He told them what happened. Zhao Lingfeng smiled and shook his head. It seems that sect leader Cheng has found a good disciple. Yes. Feng Changsheng sighed. Junior brother Yi's aptitude is very rare. 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for us. He has improved by leaps and bounds. I don't think he will surpass us in a year. Zhao Lingfeng stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. I really want to meet this genius. I'm afraid the sect leader will not let you meet him. Feng Changsheng smiled. He is a secret and will never show it to others. Otherwise, accidents will happen. That's true. Zhao Lingfeng smiled. If I had such a genius, I would be careful too. Yuanxi, you have touched sect leader Cheng's reverse scale. No wonder he chased you out. Sect leader Cheng's temper is like that. Feng Changsheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one can change his mind. Brother Zhao, please don't take it to heart. Even if I take it to heart, I won't dare to do anything to sect leader Cheng. He is certain of this. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head and waved his hand. But this does not affect our friendship. Brother Feng, let's forget about the Earth Demon Stone. You don't have to investigate further. Feng Changsheng looked at him in surprise. Zhao Lingfeng said, this was originally yours. You just gave it to me. If it's gone, then it's gone. It's not fated with me, and I can't force it. Don't investigate further. Just pretend the Earth Demon Stone never appeared. Brother Zhao. Feng Changsheng slowly shook his head. I'm not a man of my word. Zhao Lingfeng frowned and said, Brother Feng, if you still treat me as a friend, then this matter will end here. How can I do that? Feng Changsheng smiled bitterly. Zhao Lingfeng said, a man should be more straightforward and be able to let go of things. There's no need to dwell on what you lost and disturb your own cultivation. From now on, there's no need to mention this matter. Just pretend it never happened. If you feel bad about it, you can give me another treasure. All right. Feng Changsheng smiled bitterly. He was grateful. Zhao Lingfeng's breadth of mind was not something he could match. Chu Li smiled. What other treasures do you have, Senior Feng? What kind of treasure do you want? Feng Changsheng asked. He felt very apologetic towards Chu Li. The Earth Demon Stone was originally meant for Chu Li, but he had lost it. He had even been chased away by the sect leader. Even though he had been humiliated, Feng Changsheng was still able to endure it with a smile. After some thought, Feng Changsheng said, I have another treasure. He took out a small black cloth bag and tossed it to Chu Li. Chu quickly reached out and caught it. He looked at Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng nodded and smiled. I dare not refuse a gift from an elder. Since Brother Feng is giving it to you, just accept it. Let's see what it is. Chu fist saluted Feng Changsheng and opened the black cloth bag. He took out a purple orb that was about the size of a longan. It glowed faintly, as if it contained purple water that was slowly flowing. Chu looked at Feng Changsheng with a questioning look. Feng Changsheng said, "This is the sky connecting orb. What does it do?" Zhao Lingfeng asked with a smile as he carefully examined the purple orb. Chapter 21-26. Zhao Lingfeng's expression changed as he quickly said, "Brother Feng, this is too precious. You can't accept it." Feng Changsheng scoffed. "Brother Zhao, are you not going to accept it?" "This?" Zhao Lingfeng shook his head helplessly. "Why give me such a precious treasure? Just give me the Earth Demonic Stone." Compared to the sky orb, the Earth Demonic Stone was nothing special. It could only conceal one's aura and did not have much use other than that, so it was fine if it was gone. At most, it could not be used to plant a spy in the outer heavenly realm. The reason why Chu valued the Earth Demonic Stone was because he had other intentions. He wanted to enter the Azura realm, which was why he needed the Earth Demonic Stone so much. However, the Earth Demonic Stone was not as useful as the sky orb. To be able to peek into the first heaven was a great temptation for him. The Scroll of Indifference was an antique study from the first heaven, and he had never been able to fully understand it. If he could use the sky orb to peek into the first heaven and comprehend the Scroll of Indifference, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Feng Changsheng said, "I lost the Earth Demonic Stone, and I'm too ashamed to face you, Brother Zhao. If you don't accept the sky orb, you'll be cutting off all ties with me." "Fine, I'll accept it." Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand and sighed. "Brother Feng, you're too serious. The Earth Demonic Stone is not a precious treasure. Why do you have to be so serious? Whether it's precious or not is another matter." Feng Changsheng said, "The technique of the orb is here." He took out a thin booklet from his inner pocket and handed it to Chu. "If your spirit is not strong enough, you must not force yourself. Otherwise, if you suffer a backlash, your life will be in danger. Yuan Si, you are in good spirits, so you can give it a try." Zhao Lingfeng laughed. "Is it that dangerous? Even with the sky orb, it's not easy to peek into the first heaven." Feng Changsheng solemnly said, "You must bear the price. Brother Zhao, although your cultivation is deep, the strength of your soul is inferior to Yuan Si's. It's best if you don't try it. Otherwise, if it's light, then you will suffer a cultivation deviation, and if it's heavy, you will lose your life." "Oh?" Zhao Lingfeng looked at him in disbelief. Feng Changsheng sternly said, "Brother Zhao, this is not a joke. The reason why our sect only has so many disciples is because our talents are limited. People with souls as strong as UNC and I are extremely rare. What a pity for UNC. It would be better if she could enter our sect." "So, you're saying that we've misled Yuan Si?" Zhao Lingfeng laughed. Feng Changsheng nodded. "That's right. If he could enter our sect, he would definitely be better than the current him. What a pity." "Brother Zhao, although your talent is extremely high and rare in this world, it's a pity that your soul force isn't strong enough and is inferior to ours, so you absolutely cannot use this sky split bead." "All right." Zhao Lingfeng nodded helplessly. "I won't touch it. Give it to UNC." Feng Changsheng smiled and looked at Chu. "Yuan Si, don't blame our sect leader. He treasures junior brother E too much. After all, you're an outsider." Chu smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Senior Feng. Even if I'm resentful, I won't have the intention to seek revenge. I just want to work hard and make sect leader Chung stop looking down on me. I don't have any hatred." "That's good." Feng Changsheng smiled and said, "Then I'll take my leave." He gave Zhao Lingfeng a fist salute and suddenly disappeared. Only the two of them were left in the basilica. Zhao Lingfeng's face darkened. "Is that I Ching song really that powerful?" Chu nodded. "His talent is extremely rare. I suspect that the Earth Demon Stone is with him." Zhao Lingfeng nodded. Since Brother Feng has already given the sky split bead as compensation, it's not appropriate to investigate the Earth Demon Stone anymore. Sect leader, there's something fishy about this. Chuli pondered. Why would he steal the Earth Demon Stone and take such a huge risk? You should know that the Dream faction is not an ordinary faction. If he were to steal from their own disciple, it would be easy for them to find out. If that happens, the Yi family will be finished. Zhao Lingfeng remained silent. Chu Li said, could it be that the Earth Demon Stone has something that we don't know about? If not, why would he take such a huge risk just to hide his aura and steal an Earth Demon Stone? That's not right. What are you trying to say? Zhao Lingfeng frowned. Just say it. Chu Li said, I think there's something strange about this I Ching song. What's so strange about him? Zhao Lingfeng asked. Chu Li hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, I have a bold guess. Say it. Zhao Lingfeng glared at him. Don't be so hesitant. Chu Li said, could he be an Azura? Zhao Lingfeng's expression changed. His eyes were cold, and the entire basilica suddenly became heavy. The air seemed to have frozen, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. It was as cold as ice. Zhao Lingfeng immediately retracted his aura, and the surrounding area relaxed. Chu Li was shocked. What a powerful cultivation level. He was no match for Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng's cultivation level was the highest he had ever encountered. His earth-shattering aura made him feel like a small boat in a huge wave. He had no power to resist. Zhao Lingfeng took a deep breath and said calmly, Is that true? Chu Li said, It's just my guess. Azura. Zhao Lingfeng did not say anything, then slowly said, This is no small matter. UNC, you're really bold. Chu Li said, I've seen Azuras before, and I've fought them before, so I'm familiar with their aura. I've met I Ching Song and had a few words with him. His aura was obscured by a treasure, so it was very vague. However, I could vaguely feel a hint of Azura's aura, so I made a bold guess. If I'm wrong, please don't blame me, sect leader. I won't blame you. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. It's rare for you to make such a bold guess. He was very satisfied. Most people would not say such a guess to him, the sect leader, to avoid embarrassing themselves in the future. Moreover, this was a serious matter, and it would be troublesome if he was wrong. This showed that Wu Yuanci was very sincere to him, the sect leader. Chu Li said, If it's really Azura, sect leader, what do we do to snatch him? Snatching him won't work. Zhao Lingfeng sighed. He's already in the Great Dream faction. Snatching him will only make things worse. However, the most important thing now is to confirm it. Chu Li nodded. Leave it to me. What are you going to do? Zhao Lingfeng asked. We can't take the risk. If your guess is right, the Great Dream faction's protection of I Ching Song is much stronger than we imagined. If we offend him, they will retaliate like a storm. We're currently in a tight battle with the Profound Heart faction, so we can't afford to offend them. Chu Li hesitated. Zhao Lingfeng thought for a while and said, Don't do anything. Let me think of a way. Especially don't leave the sect and study the sky illuminating orb. Yes, Chu Li agreed without hesitation. The Great Dream faction was indeed troublesome. If he was not careful and angered them, the Flying Heaven faction would have to face the combined attacks of the Profound Heart faction and the Great Dream faction. They would not be a match for them, so it was better to slow down and wait for the Profound Heart faction's revenge. Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand. Go, but be careful. Don't go astray. Chapter 21-27. He was not in a hurry to look at it. Instead, he activated the heart technique and used the omniscient mirror to observe the purple bead, but to no avail. There was an invisible force outside the purple bead, and the omniscient mirror could not penetrate it no matter how hard it tried. He looked at it from top to bottom, and the omniscient mirror could not even see its appearance clearly. He could only see it clearly with his naked eyes. The bead glowed with a purple light, and it was perfectly round and flawless, just like an eyeball. When he looked at it, he could not help but feel guilty. Chu Li stared at it curiously, and the feeling of guilt grew stronger. He had a strong urge to turn his eyes away and did not dare to look at it. It was as if he had done something wrong and felt guilty. It was extremely strange. Chuli looked at it for a while and felt uneasy. At this time, Mavrokuna's immobility scripture was activated, and the purple bead in front of him changed subtly. It seemed to have lost its luster, and it was just an ordinary bead. It was not even purple, but white. Chuli felt even more strange, so he closed his eyes again. After a while, he opened them again, and the bead in front of him became purple again. It glowed purple as if there was water flowing inside it. After a while, Chuli could not help but want to turn his eyes away again, so he stared at it until he felt uneasy and could not wait to turn his head. Then Mahavrokuna's immobility scripture was activated again. The scene from before happened again, and the purple bead became white without any luster. The original strange feeling also disappeared. Chuli took a deep breath and sighed at the mystery of this bead. It seemed that the power it carried could affect people's hearts. He opened the thin booklet, and there were several pages of heart technique inside. Each page was a picture of visualizing the purple bead, and there were 9 pages in total. The first picture was the bead worship technique. Both hands were holding the bead and worshiping it, as if one was paying respect to one's parents. The second picture was the purple bead coming to the heart, then to the throat, then to the space between the eyebrows, then from the space between the eyebrows down to the throat, to the heart, then to the throat, then to the space between the eyebrows. These 9 pictures were colorful and lifelike, and even the size of the purple bead's luster was clearly drawn. The first picture did not have any luster, and only the purple bead glowed with purple light. Looking at the purple bead in the painting, it was as if the purple bead in his hand had fallen onto the painting, as if it was real. This person's painting skills were astonishing. In the second picture, the purple light was still flowing inside the bead and did not spread out. From the third picture onwards, the purple light came out of the bead and spread out. From the 4th to the 8th picture, the purple light became stronger and stronger, like a small sun shining brightly. It even shone so brightly that the faces in the pictures could not be seen clearly. When looking at these pictures, one could feel the dazzling light and feel the same as the people in the pictures. Chuli clicked his tongue in admiration of this person's painting skills. It was truly miraculous. These paintings all contained the energy of the soul. Chuli shook his head. If someone whose soul energy was not strong enough saw this, they might even faint. When it came to the last picture, the purple color suddenly disappeared, leaving only a snow-white, flawless bead, as if it was floating in the air and rotating slowly. Through these 9 pictures, it was as if he had personally experienced the method of using the purple bead, from the flowing purple light to the dazzling purple light, and then to the disappearance of the purple light. It was as if he had gone through a cycle from plain to gorgeous and simple. Chuli closed his eyes and went through it in his mind. Slowly, he nodded. There was no problem with these 9 pictures, but he did not need to cultivate them one by one. He only needed to take the last step. The first 8 steps of the 9 steps were to suppress the purple bead's backlash and calm his spirit. Finally, he could suppress the illusion of the purple bead, and then he could truly activate the sky-piercing orb. He thought about it and decided to give it a try. He took out the purple bead again and began to stare at it. As the purple bead made him more and more guilty, he finally activated Mavrokuna's immobility scripture, and the purple bead turned into a plain white bead. The plain white bead was placed on the nirvana wheel above his head. Ordinary people had only heard of the nirvana wheel and could only feel it, but he could see it clearly. Suddenly, a strange force came out of the bead. The invisible force lifted the white bead and stopped it firmly on the nirvana wheel. He suddenly trembled and felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. It was as if a mountain had fallen on his back. He could not help but want to bend his knees and kneel on the ground. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He held on, and at the same time, all his spirit rushed toward the white bead. Bang! A muffled sound rang in his ears. It was like a sudden clap of thunder and shook his mind. Suddenly, his vision swayed and he felt dizzy. He could not control himself. It was as if all his strength had been sucked out of his body. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. He relied on the Buddhas in his mind to hold on and stay awake. After a while, he recovered. The purple bead had fallen under his feet and was still glowing purple. The brilliance was faintly visible in the bead, as if there was purple water flowing in it. It had returned to its original appearance. Chu Li's face was as pale as a sheet. He rubbed the area between his eyebrows and picked up the purple bead. He began to go through it in his mind to figure out what had just happened. After a while, he understood that the purple bead had backfired and he could not enter the white bead. The invisible force had bounced his spirit back, as if he was charging. Chu Li shook his head. He endured the dizziness and thought carefully about the reason. He did not need to think too much to know that in order to enter the white bead, he needed to have enough spirit power. His spirit power was not strong enough. He suddenly understood why Feng Changsheng gave this bead to him. It was because Feng Changsheng could not use this bead at all. Instead of wasting it on him, it was better to give it to him and return the favor. He shook his head and smiled. The disciples of the Great Dream sect were not stupid. The concentration talisman began to work. Traces of money floated around him and went into the void of his mind. It slowly gathered his spirit. After an hour, he tried to charge the white bead again. Bang! In a muffled sound, he experienced dizziness again. His vision turned black and his body felt limitless. After a while, he relied on the concentration talisman to slowly recover and tried again. After a few attempts, he stopped. He knew that with his current spirit power, he could not enter the white bead at all. He could not use the white bead to peek into the upper heaven. It was just a beautiful wish. He frowned and thought of a solution. His mind was clear, and he retracted that indomitable and courageous aura. He thought slowly and leisurely. Very quickly, he thought of the deity killing sword, and so he used the deity killing sword to stab forward. Bang! He heard the muffled sound of thunder again. Then he felt dizzy and his vision turned black. He felt weak all over. After a while, he used the concentration talisman to recover. He originally wanted to use the thunder bead from the Supreme Diamond Scripture, but he suddenly realized that he could not use the Supreme Diamond Scripture here. He would be sensed. Due to the fact that the true Supreme Diamond Sutra was capable of suppressing Asuras and heavenly demons, Zhao Lingfeng and the other elders of the sect would immediately sense it, and his identity would be exposed. Chapter 21-28. He thought for a while, took a few deep breaths, and calmed himself down. Suppressing his impatience, he put the sky-reaching pearl back into the pitch-black cloth bag and immediately concealed all his aura. No one could sense the existence of the sky-reaching pearl. Thump, thump. Hu Tianlai pushed the door open and entered. He glanced at Chu Li and was shocked. What happened? Why are you in this state? Chu Li had been tossed around and did not sleep for the entire night. He looked haggard, as if he had not slept for days. His eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he was injured. Chu Li shook his head. It's fine. I'm just tossing around a little more. Masters Jr., please speak. Come, this is news from the Yi family of Green River. Hu Tianlai took out a thick dossier from his wide sleeve and passed it to Chu Li. The Yi family of Green River? Chu Li said as he took the dossier and slowly flipped through it. After half an hour, he put down the dossier. He had already imprinted the contents into his mind and began to analyze it. The dossier recorded every member of the Yi family of Green River and their relationships with each other. This dossier was very thick. Every member had a detailed introduction. Some of them even wrote down everything from their birth to the present. The characteristics and quirks of every member were also clearly written down. Through these records, Chu Li was able to visualize a picture of the family in his mind. It was a picture of the family's life. How is it? Hu Tianlai asked with a smile. Chu Li said, I have to go there personally to figure it out. It's best if you don't leave the sect. Profound Heart Sect is determined to kill you. You even killed so many of their elders last time. Did the Sword Demon sect help you? Hu Tianlai shook his head. Chu Li nodded. Hu Tianlai said, They don't dare to go against the Sword Demon sect. They are determined to kill you. It's better for you to lie low for a while. Chu frowned. If I don't go there personally, I can't use any tricks. What does the sect leader think? The sect leader wants you not to rush. Wait for the profound heart sect to calm down before you make your move. Hu Tianlai said, the sect leader said that this matter needs to be considered at length. We can't rush it. That's fine. Chu Li nodded. Masters Junior, there's something I don't understand. Speak. Hu Tianlai took back the file. Chu Li asked, why was I locked by the heavenly demonic universe the moment I went out? Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to stay outside the sect. If the Profound Heart sect was outside the Flying Heaven sect, the Flying Heaven sect would definitely not know about it. After all, there was the sect protecting Array. However, they were not outside the sect. Once he went out, he would still be locked on. Hu Tianlai said, the Omen Universe Lock sacrifices a person's cultivation to condense a talisman that can sense you. Through this talisman, it can sense you. If that's the case, they sacrificed a person's cultivation level back then. Chu Li frowned. Hu Tianlai nodded and said the cost of using the Omen Universe Lock is too great. It's useless against someone as powerful as you, so it's not that powerful. Chu Li said, very annoying. Once you've mastered the Flying Heavenly Fiend God art, they won't be able to do anything to you. Hu Tianlai said, with your current Flying Heavenly Fiend God art, they won't be able to stop you. Chu Li said, I have to avoid them every time. It's too troublesome. Hu Tianlai said, let's avoid them for a while first. The Omen Universe Lock has a time limit too. It'll lose its effect after a month. Chu Li smiled. Hu Tianlai stood up and left the courtyard. Chu Li began to comprehend the Flying Heavenly Fiend God art again. He felt that he had not fully grasped its essence yet. There was still room for improvement. For the next 2 days, he kept competing with the Sky Pearl. Each time, he was forced to retreat. He felt dizzy and weak. He was in great pain. However, he refused to give up and continued to stab with the god-slaying sword. He could feel that the power of his soul was slowly strengthening. Through this extreme consumption, there were many strange Buddhist techniques guarding the void of his mind, preventing it from collapsing. If it was someone else who didn't have these strange techniques guarding their mind, they would definitely die from chi deviation after being shaken again and again. Fortunately, he had many techniques on him. That was why he could try again and again after failing time and time again. He slowly improved his soul energy. Although this method of improvement was extremely painful, it was quite effective. However, he could sense that as he pushed the limits of the pain, the effect of the improvement was getting weaker and weaker. But no matter what, he was constantly improving, which made him feel both pain and encouragement. He felt that he was only one step away from the Sky Pearl. As long as he persevered, he would definitely be able to open it. After failing again and again, he almost did not sleep or rest. He did not know the rotation of the sun and moon. He did not know the change of day and night. When he was hungry, someone would send him food. When he was thirsty, someone would send him water. Unknowingly, 6 days had passed. In the evening, the setting sun dyed his courtyard red. He was bathed in the sunlight. Once again, he wielded the god-slaying sword and stabbed the Sky Pearl that was floating above his fan Lin acupoint. TSS. A soft whistle sounded as if it came from the underworld. It was hard to tell where it came from, but it was long and deep. It directly connected his organs and Bai Wei. It was as if all his pores were opened. Then, a huge force went straight down. Bam! He flew out and spat out blood in the air. He passed out immediately. In the middle of the night, he slowly woke up. He was lying at the foot of the wall under the moonlight. His body was cold and weak. He looked at the omniscient mirror and smiled bitterly. Now his organs were all shattered. If he did not have the life and death scripture and the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture, he would definitely die from such a serious injury. He moved his body strenuously. When he stood up with the help of the wall, he was already sweating profusely and extremely weak. He slowly walked into the house. Every step he took felt like he was carrying a heavy burden. Step by step, he walked into the house, took out a spirit pill, and swallowed it. The medicinal power quickly spread, and healed his body. The surging spirit energy in the surroundings combined with the medicinal power and produced an even stronger effect. 2 hours later, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were fine, and his injuries were mostly healed. He used the omniscient mirror, but could not find the sky pearl. Could it be that someone entered his courtyard and quietly took the sky pearl? He was a little anxious. The heaven-reaching orb was indeed a treasure. The enormous power that had almost destroyed him just now was probably the power of the upper heaven, and he couldn't bear it. After seeing such a huge force, he found a way to become stronger. However, the sky pearl was nowhere to be seen. He was really anxious. He used the omniscient mirror to observe his surroundings. Every place in the sect that he could see was reflected in his mind. He used his omniscient mirror one by one to see who took his sky pearl. Only 2 young disciples could come to his courtyard. They were now waiting outside the basilica, ready to be summoned and ordered by the sect leader. Chapter 21-29. While he was observing, he noticed that Hu Tianlai walked to his courtyard with a gloomy expression and knocked on the door. Chu Li raised his voice. "Masters Junior, please come in." His voice was hoarse like sand rubbing against each other. It was dry and unpleasant to hear. He shook his head. His injuries had not fully recovered. Hu Tianlai pushed the door open and walked into the courtyard. He suddenly sat by the stone table and finished the wine on the table. He looked up and saw Chu Li standing at the entrance of the hall. Chu Li's face was pale and his aura was weak. He was stunned. "What's wrong?" Chu Li sighed. "Masters Junior, is there something on your mind?" Hu Tianlai looked at him and noticed that he was fine. Although his aura was weak and his face was pale, he was full of vigor. His life was not in danger, and he could slowly recover. He scoffed. "Chu Li, you guessed it." Chu Li asked, "What is it?" "My godson," Hu Tianlai said coldly. Chu Li was stunned. He shook his head and did not say anything. He had nothing to say, and he knew that it was useless. He picked up the wine pot and filled their cups, then finished it in one gulp. Hu Tianlai finished it too and sighed. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this," Chu Li said. "Masters Junior should have been prepared for this. After all, he was young when he went in, and he was from the Profound Heart sect. How could he not have expected this?" "That's true," Hu Tianlai nodded. "I was prepared, but I didn't expect it to happen. I hesitated when I broke the formation, but I realized that it was really broken. Now it seems like this is the Profound Heart sect's plan. It's really vicious." Chu Li said, "There might be other tricks to break the formation." He could not help but think of Zhao Lingfeng. He was so mysterious. Zhao Lingfeng must have added fuel to the fire. Otherwise, Hu Lingshan alone would not have been able to achieve such a feat. The Profound Heart sect wanted to beat them at their own game, but they did not expect Zhao Lingfeng to beat them at their own game. He turned the tables on the Profound Heart sect and heavily injured them. If not, the Profound Heart sect would not have accepted such a heavy loss. Zhao Lingfeng was one step ahead of them and plotted against the Profound Heart sect. He felt that his deduction should not be too far off from the truth. The Profound Heart sect might as well use such a huge loss to verify Hu Lingshan's identity and infiltrate the Flying Heaven sect. At the crucial moment, they would be able to counterattack and reap the benefits. Logically speaking, no one would suspect Hu Lingshan. After all, no one would suspect him with such a huge proof of allegiance. Unfortunately, he was unlucky enough to bump into Chu Li. Chu Li poured another 2 glasses of wine and sighed. Then, "Masters Junior, how do you plan to deal with it?" "No," Hu Tianlai gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see when he will give himself away." "You want to beat him at his own game?" Chu Li asked. Hu Tianlai slowly nodded and said, "Give Profound Heart sect another vicious blow." Chu Li said, "They might not fall for it. Last time, the Profound Heart sect had already suffered a great loss. This time, they would probably learn their lesson and would not be fooled again. They would seek stability." Hu Tianlai sneered. "The more they hate us, the more eager they will be for revenge. We won't have to worry about them not falling for it. When the time comes, you can go out and provoke them." Chu Li said, "That's not a problem." Hu Tianlai said, It won't be too late to wait for your martial arts to recover. Chu raised his jade glass and said, "Looks like I really can't wait for the heavenly demonic universe lock to lose its effect." Hu Tianlai nodded. "I'm also planning to use you to lure them and give them a vicious blow." Chu smiled and nodded. Hu Tianlai drank a few more glasses in one go and sighed. "I can only keep this matter to myself. I can't tell anyone else, lest my secret is leaked. After thinking about it, I can only tell you. Only 3 people knew about this matter. They were him, the sect leader, and Chu. After he found out the truth, he could not complain to the sect leader, or he would be dissatisfied with the sect. He could only tell Chu about it. Otherwise, he would suffer internal injuries if he kept it to himself. Chu said, "Masters Jr., you don't have to worry about it. After all, he's only an adopted son. We haven't seen each other for so many years, so our relationship isn't that close. Otherwise, he wouldn't have betrayed the sect and Masters Jr." "Yes," Hu Tianlai sighed. In the end, Hu Tianlai got drunk. Chu did not help him back because he did not want others to see him and damage the dignity of the Dark Hall leader. During this period, young disciples gradually returned from the secluded peaks. Clearly, they were no longer afraid of the profound heart sect. Hu Tianlai slept in the wing of Chu Li's courtyard for a night. When he left the next day, he had regained his original dignity and was no longer as gloomy as he was yesterday. Chu Li continued to look for his skyscraper orb. He even thought about entering the void in his mind. Unfortunately, the void in his mind was quiet. There was only a heavenly demon chanting the heavenly demon scripture. There was nothing else, including the skyscraper orb. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, nothing could hide. However, it was not in the courtyard, not outside, and not in the entire sect. Unless someone hid it in one of the basilicas, no one else could have taken it. He had looked in the courtyard, and there were no outsiders. Therefore, the skyscraper orb might have disappeared by itself or been taken away by someone with an extremely high light body technique, such as Zhao Lingfeng. However, he quickly overturned his guess. Zhao Lingfeng would not have taken away the skyscraper orb silently. There was no need at all. If he wanted the skyscraper orb, he could have just asked. Chu Li cultivated while looking for the skyscraper orb. The next day, he recovered from his injuries. After recovering from his injuries, he still could not find the skyscraper orb. Therefore, he had no choice but to ponder over the 9 diagrams of the skyscraper orb. He felt that there was something mysterious about it. When he thought about it, he held his hands as if there was an orb in his hands. Then, he followed the 9 diagrams one by one. A strange power condensed and slowly gathered in the center of his palms. It was as if this power wanted to enter the skyscraper orb. Unfortunately, the skyscraper orb did not exist. There was nowhere for it to enter. It was still condensed in the center of his palms. Chu Li slowly completed the 9th diagram. He raised his palms and slowly placed them on the Brahma wheel in the void above his head. He was stunned as he felt the power in his palms disappear. His face was suddenly filled with ecstasy. The skyscraper orb vaguely appeared on the Brahma wheel. It was invisible, but it still existed. It was as if it had become invisible. When he reached out to touch it, it did not seem to exist. Only when he used the omniscient mirror to observe it could he clearly see and feel its existence. It turned out that the skyscraper orb did not disappear. Instead, it was hidden in the Brahma wheel. There had been a strange change that caused the skyscraper orb to take on such a strange form. Once again, he was sure that Feng Changsheng could not use the skyscraper orb. Otherwise, it would not exist. Regaining something that had been lost was the happiest thing. Although he had a strong will and Mahavrokuna's immobility scripture and other scriptures to guard it, he still could not suppress his joy. He wanted to look up at the sky and let out a long cry. Since the skyscraper orb existed, he could once again peek into the next level. He thought about it again and again. In the end, he could not hold it in anymore and focused his spiritual energy on the skyscraper orb again. Suddenly, a thunderous sound exploded in his ears. At the same time, an incomparably huge force pressed down on him. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His body trembled, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood toward the sky. His body softly fell to the ground. Chapter 21:30. After a while, he opened his eyes with difficulty, and his face was pale. His internal organs were all ruptured, and he was barely alive. He relied on the life and death scripture to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to recover. Fortunately, there was no other aura to disturb his serious injuries, and the spiritual energy absorbed by the life and death scripture could heal his injuries. When his injuries were completely healed, the sun was already setting. He let out a long sigh of relief and opened his eyes again. Suddenly, he felt something strange. He frowned and carefully examined his body, feeling more and more certain. Indeed, his body was slightly stronger. Although it was indiscernible, it could not hide from the observation of the omniscient mirror. It was clear that he had become stronger, as if it was caused by destruction. However, he knew that if he was injured during a fight, even if his injuries recovered, it would take a long time for him to recuperate. If he did not have the life and death scripture, his body might even become weaker. Injuries would not make the body stronger, only weaker. Once a person was injured, it was almost impossible to get rid of it. Even if he recovered, it was only on the surface. Whenever there was a major change in the climate, or when he grew old, these old injuries would act up. His injuries this time were different. After his body recovered, he became stronger. It was really strange, and it was most likely caused by the heavenly pearl. What was even more amazing was that he felt his spirit and soul were also strengthened. The power of the heavenly star insight was also strengthened, and he was in harmony with heaven and earth. The feeling of being one with heaven and man became clearer. The whole world seemed to be under his control, and everything was clearly visible in front of him. The heavenly pearl had such a magical effect. Not only did it strengthen his body, but it also strengthened his soul. He was overjoyed. Once again, he gathered his spirit and stabbed the heavenly pearl hidden in the nirvana wheel. Boom! A thunderclap resounded in his ears, and his body became numb. Then an infinite force pressed down on him, trying to crush him. He tried his best to hold on for a little longer. It seemed that breaking through the first layer of heaven required an extremely powerful force. Even with the help of the heavenly pearl, this destructive force still destroyed him completely. He needed to be stronger to peek into the next layer of heaven. If he continued to force himself like this, it was very likely that he would really lose his life. However, his character of becoming braver with setbacks made him resolutely refuse to give in regardless of the danger. He had to face the difficulties head-on, and his confidence came from the life and death scripture and the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture. When he woke up slowly, his entire body was in excruciating pain. His internal organs were still in unbearable pain. The life and death scripture gathered all the surrounding spiritual chi and drilled into his body desperately, healing the injuries of his internal organs. Early the next morning, he recovered and felt that his body was stronger than before. The stronger his body was, the stronger his strength would be. If this continued, within a month, his body would undergo an earth-shattering change. Even if he couldn't become twice as strong, he would at least become half as strong. At that time, his speed and strength would increase once again. Thinking of this, he wished he could spend a month in one breath and ignore the world. It was a pity that he had other matters to attend to. Through the observation of the omniscient mirror, he could see that the flying heaven sect was bustling with activity. The disciples who had returned from the hidden sect were all full of energy. They felt that the flying heaven sect was much closer to them, and they were all indescribably excited. Hu Tianlai had already arrived outside his courtyard and lightly knocked on the door. Chuli went forward to open the door and smiled. "Masters Jr., please come in." Hu Tianlai sized him up and said, "It seems that you didn't cultivate for nothing. Your cultivation level has indeed improved." Chuli smiled and nodded. "Masters Jr., you don't visit me for no reason." As the two conversed, they came to the stone table in the middle of the courtyard and sat down. Chu Li brewed a cup of tea and handed it over. Hu Tianlai took the teacup and took a sip. The sect leader has agreed to our plan. We will bait the people from the Profound Heart sect and surround and kill them. Chu Li hesitated for a moment. Hu Tianlai said, "We will take action tomorrow." "Why? Do you have a problem?" Chu Li said, "I don't feel good." Hu Tianlai looked at him in surprise. After the skyscraper orb entered the Nirvana wheel, his connection with heaven and earth became closer. His heavenly star insight became stronger, and so did his intuition. When Hu Tianlai said this, he felt that it was inappropriate. Chu Li shook his head. "Masters Jr., this matter isn't urgent. We need to weaken the Profound Heart sect strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, we don't know what they will do." "UNC, are you backing out? Are you afraid?" Hu Tianlai said. Chu Li nodded. "I'm afraid. It's better not to do this. It's inauspicious." "Nonsense," Hu Tianlai said impatiently. "You're not someone who is afraid of death. Why would you suddenly back out? We have 20 elders following you in secret. They will ensure that nothing goes wrong." Chu Li shook his head. "There will be accidents. Masters Jr., I feel that my prediction is getting more and more accurate. Are you going to give up?" Hu Tianlai frowned. He did not force Chu Li. Some people were born with a keen intuition towards danger. Wu Yuanci was one of them. Otherwise, he would not have escaped from the Grandmaster's realm and would have been hunted down. Chu Li said, "Let's put it aside for now. Is there no other way to deal with the Profound Heart sect?" "No." Hu Tianlai shook his head. Chu Li sighed. "Let me think about it. I'll find a way. In terms of wits, we are no match for the Profound Heart sect." Hu Tianlai said, "This is a rare opportunity. If the Profound Heart sect colludes with the Tianfeng sect, we won't be able to fight." As they spoke, footsteps were heard from outside. A young disciple approached and knocked on the door. "Senior Brother Wu, there's Miss Qin outside." Chu Li smiled. "All right, thank you." He felt that his status had risen. The young disciples who returned to the sect had reached a state of admiration for him. When they heard about his achievements, they all praised him and admitted that they were inferior to him. Therefore, these young disciples were a little reserved in front of him. Chu Li turned to look at Hu Tianlai and gave him a fist salute. Hu Tianlai waved his hand. Chu Li disappeared all of a sudden and soon arrived outside the sect. He saw Qin Mingyun standing in the wind. Her green robe fluttered in the wind, and her face was covered by a green veil. Only her watery eyes could be seen, and they were captivating. Chu Li was impressed that her cultivation level had improved. He gave her a fist salute. "Miss Qin, let's talk inside." Qin Mingyun's eyes flickered and she nodded. Chu Li held her sleeve gently, and the two of them disappeared together. Then, they arrived at his courtyard. When she saw Hu Tianlai, Qin Mingyun gave him a fist salute and hesitantly looked at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. "Masters Jr. isn't an outsider." Qin Mingyun sighed. "I received news that the Profound Heart sect and the Mountain Shaker sect have joined forces." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Qin Mingyun said, "The Profound Heart sect, the Mountain Shaker sect, and the Tianfeng sect. You have to be careful, especially you, Big Brother Wu. They already have a plan to kill you. Big Brother Wu, you must not leave the sect." Chu Li said, "The Mountain Shaker sect is also involved with the Profound Heart sect?" He knew about the Mountain Shaker sect. It was similar to the Flying Heaven sect. The most prominent aspect of their heart techniques was their strength. Chapter 21:31. Chu Li said, "It's enough to know that they're after me. Miss Qin, you mustn't fall into danger or I won't be able to rest easy." Qin Mingyun smiled sweetly. As her face was covered by a green veil, only her bright eyes could be seen. "Don't worry, they won't find out. However, you guys have to think of a plan quickly. This time, Profound Heart sect isn't playing dirty tricks at all. They're going against 3 sections. No matter how powerful your Flying Heaven sect is, you won't be able to stop them. We won't be able to stop them." Chu Li slowly shook his head and looked at Hu Tianlai. Hu Tianlai nodded. "We really can't stop them. Miss Qin, is your information correct?" "Of course," Qin Mingyun replied. Hu Tianlai said, Then we really have to think of a plan. Thank you, Miss Qin. Qin Mingyun gently shook her head. It's nothing. Hu Tianlai sighed. Compared to you, Miss Qin, we're really useless. We're so ashamed. I only found out by chance. Qin Mingyun chuckled. They're guarded against you guys, but not against us. However, that might not be the case in the future. Anyway, you guys should be careful. All right. Hu Tianlai fist saluted and said, I won't disturb you then. I have to report to the sect leader first. UNC, accompany Miss Qin for a while. Chu Li nodded. Hu Tianlai smiled at Qin Mingyun and left. Qin Mingyun watched him leave the courtyard and sighed. Big Brother Wu, you're too risky. Profound Heart Sect isn't that easy to deal with. Why did you kill so many people from Profound Heart Sect? Chu Li pointed at the wooden stool. I can't just wait for death when they come knocking on my door. Qin Mingyun hugged her sleeves and sat down gracefully. She sighed softly and said, I will not let Big Brother Wu escape again. Even if Morong Cho helps, it will not work. Sect leader Huang is not a merciful person. If he were to personally deal with you, you would not be lucky. Chu Li smiled. That's why I'll wait for a while until the heavenly demonic universe lock loses its effect. That's for the best. Qin Mingyun let out a sigh of relief. Chu Li personally brewed a cup of tea for her and smiled. Miss Qin, your martial art has improved greatly. Congratulations. Big Brother Wu, you too. Qin Mingyun took the teacup and removed the green veil, revealing her beautiful face. She took a sip of the tea and said elegantly, but no matter how strong Brother Wu's martial arts are, he can't be compared to sect leader Huang. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Don't worry, I won't take any risks. I value my life very much. When he saw Qin Mingyun tirelessly exhorting him over and over again, he felt warmth in his heart. However, he sighed inwardly. He could only let down this beauty's kindness. Qin Mingyun lowered her head and sipped her tea. The courtyard suddenly became quiet. Chu Li did not break the silence. He lowered his head and sipped his tea. After a while, Qin Mingyun finished her tea. She looked up at Chu Li and sighed. I'll take my leave then. If it's really difficult, why don't you come to our sect and lie low for a while? If there's no other choice, I'll go. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Qin Mingyun slowly lifted her green veil to cover her beautiful face. She glanced at Chu Li with her watery eyes and said softly, I'll be leaving then. Chu Li fist saluted and smiled at her. Qin Mingyun gently moved her body and instantly turned into a shadow. Then, her shadow slowly dissipated. Only a faint fragrance lingered in the courtyard. A gust of wind blew and the fragrance finally dissipated. Not long after Qin Mingyun left, Hu Tianlai personally came to greet Chu Li and they went to the sect leader's basilica together. In the basilica, Zhao Lingfeng paced around with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be deep in thought. When he saw them enter, Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for formalities. He said in a low voice, It seems that the situation is not good. We need to take the initiative. Chu Li asked, Sect leader, which sect can we ally with? Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. Difficult. The Flying Heaven sect had always maintained a neutral policy. They did not have any grudges with the other sections. Aside from the Tianfeng sect, they did not even have any grudges with the Profound Heart sect. However, this time, the Profound Heart sect had gone too far. They did not expect the Profound Heart sect to have something up their sleeves. They did not ally with one sect, but with two sections. The Profound Heart sect could really keep their composure. If it were not for the Dancing Butterfly sect finding out and Wu Yuanci unexpectedly befriending the Dancing Butterfly sect, the Flying Heaven sect would have been in danger. It was very likely that the three sects would join forces and destroy the Flying Heaven sect. The news from the Dancing Butterfly sect might not be true. Zhao Lingfeng said in a low voice, Let's investigate first. Chu Li felt that something was wrong. He spoke before Zhao Lingfeng could. Sect leader, why don't I be the bait to lure them out and kill a bunch of them? They won't be able to keep their cool. I'm just afraid that it might not work. According to Miss Qin, if I appear again, sect leader Huang will personally take action. Yes, if you appear again, I'm afraid sect leader Huang will personally take action, Zhao Lingfeng muttered. Chu Li said, this is a good opportunity. Can we take this opportunity to assassinate sect leader Huang? If you and a few elders personally take action, can you kill them? Zhao Lingfeng's brows twitched. He slowly shook his head. Difficult. Difficult. Chu Li hurriedly said, sect leader, can't you defeat sect leader Huang? I might not be able to defeat her. Zhao Lingfeng slowly shook his head. Her cultivation level is high, and she's focused on cultivation. She doesn't pay much attention to the sect's affairs. Most of the matters are discussed by the elders. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Sect leader, is it not sect leader Huang's idea for the profound heart sect to attack us this time? Yes, it's probably not sect leader Huang's idea. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. She's probably an isolated cultivation. We didn't see her during the last surprise attack, and she might not come out now either. There's no need to worry. Hu Tianlai opened his mouth to speak, but he closed it again. Chu Li looked at him. Hu Tianlai looked at Zhao Lingfeng and shook his head. Zhao Lingfeng scoffed. Stop hemming and hawing. If you have something to say, say it. Hu Tianlai said, why don't you meet sect leader Huang? What? You want me to beg her for mercy? Zhao Lingfeng's face darkened, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared coldly at Hu Tianlai. Hu Tianlai felt his scalp go numb. He said with difficulty, it would be best if we can talk and resolve our grudges. Naive, Zhao Lingfeng sneered. Hu Tianlai said, no matter what, she's not an outsider. Shut up, Zhao Lingfeng yelled. Hu Tianlai braced himself and said, sect leader, at a time like this, it's better to focus on the bigger picture. Sect leader, your pride is important, but it's not as important as our sect, is it? Zhao Lingfeng's eyes were like lightning as he stared at him, as if he wanted to pierce through him. Hu Tianlai stared back at him, unwilling to back down. Chu Li was confused and did not understand what was going on. Sect leader Huang of the Profound Heart sect was a mysterious person who rarely showed his face. Chu Li had never heard of him, and only knew that he was called Huang Tianyi. Not many people had seen sect leader Huang before. From what Hu Tianlai said, it seemed that he was an old friend of Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand. Go. Hu Tianlai said, sect leader, at a time like this, don't be so concerned about your pride. For the sake of the Flying Heavens sect, please suffer a little. Get lost, Zhao Lingfeng yelled. Chapter 21:32. Chu Li tactfully retreated and left the basilica with Hu Tianlai. Out of curiosity, he followed Hu Tianlai closely. Young disciples would occasionally pass by and greet them. Chu Li smiled as he fist saluted Hu Tianlai and followed him into the basilica. He sat on an armchair in the basilica and smiled. Masters Jr., what's going on? Does sect leader Huang know the sect leader? Haven't you heard? Hu Tianlai turned to look at him. Chu Li shook his head. Hu Tianlai said, forget it then. The sect leader won't forgive me if I talk behind his back. Chu Li immediately showed a helpless expression. Masters Jr., I'm just saying a few words. I'm not talking bad about the sect leader. It's better not to talk about this. Hu Tianlai shook his head and smiled. Hurry up and go back. Don't worry. He won't let you go out and be a bait. I think you're mistaken. Chu Li smiled embarrassedly. Of course I'm afraid of death, especially if it's a suicide mission. I'm not that stupid to go even though I know the situation is bad. That's good. Hu Tianlai said, you should go back and cultivate. You won't have a good time in the future. The Flying Heavens sect can only survive by fighting head-on. Chu Li smiled. I'm least afraid of fighting, but what's the relationship between the sect leader and sect leader Huang? Will it work if I plead? Who knows, but I'll have to try. Hu Tianlai scoffed. I don't know sect leader Huang's temper either. Only the sect leader knows her. Unfortunately. As he spoke, he shook his head with a sorrowful expression. Chu Li became more curious. Is sect leader Huang a woman? You don't even know that? Hu Tianlai laughed. Chu Li said, I really don't know if she's a man or a woman. I don't think anyone mentioned it. That's true. Hu Tianlai nodded. Chu Li smiled. Since she's a woman, Does she have a romantic relationship with the sect leader? I didn't say that, Hu Tianlai quickly said as he turned to look at the basilica. Chu Li knew that he was right when he saw how Hu Tianlai was trying to cover it up. Did they hate each other because of love? It can't be considered hate. Hu Tianlai shook his head and said, only the sect master and sect master Huang know what it is like. We outsiders don't know, but as he said this, he closed his mouth again. Chu Li hurriedly said, don't worry, Masters Jr. I won't tell anyone. Sect master did cause a ruckus once when he was young. Hu Tianlai sighed and said, the two of them were prepared to live in seclusion deep in the mountains and not care about the affairs of the world. However, the previous sect master suddenly suffered from chi deviation while cultivating. Before he died, he begged the sect master. The sect master could only agree to take over the position of sect master. Sect master Huang also took over the position of profound heart sect master. Chu Li said, sect leader Huang must hate the sect leader and feel that the sect leader is unfaithful. Sigh, who knows? Hu Tianlai said, it's hard for outsiders to understand the feelings between men and women. If the sect master personally pleads for leniency, it might not be of any use. Chu Li shook his head and said, sect leader Huang hates sect master for betraying her. If sect master goes to plead for her, she'll be even more furious and become even worse. Then she might be soft-hearted and not go against us. Hu Tianlai said. Chu Li could not help but laugh. With the three sects joining forces, it's already too late. If sect leader Huang stops now, how will she face the other two sects? If she really wants to, there's always a way. Hu Tianlai said, sect leader Huang's methods are extremely powerful. Chu Li slowly nodded. It seems like the sect leader won't go. Sigh, anyone would be in a difficult position. Hu Tianlai shook his head and said, the sect leader must feel guilty towards sect leader Huang. If she feels guilty, why would she go against the profound heart sect? Chu Li smiled and shook his head. That doesn't make sense. Hu Tianlai said, that can't be helped. She had no choice but to do so. In any case, don't think too much about it. Just focus on your cultivation. Chu Li said, then I'll start my isolated cultivation. Just get someone to send me a meal. All right. Hu Tianlai nodded. Chu Li fist saluted and left the dark temple, returning to his courtyard. He sat by the stone table and shook his head with a smile. He did not expect Zhao Lingfeng and Huang Tianyi to have such an emotional entanglement. He did not know if this was a blessing or a curse, but it might be able to stop the war between the two sections. Zhao Lingfeng was a man who prioritized his sect, so he did not care about his pride. He would definitely meet Huang Tianyi, but he did not know how deep Huang Tianyi's hatred for him was and whether Zhao Lingfeng would resolve her resentment. Huang Tianyi was more intelligent than others, so she would not be easily appeased. An old man slowly walked out from the profound heart sect's mountain gate. He was thin, had a slightly purple face, and his eyes were bright. He wore a green robe and looked solemn. No one dared to underestimate him. As soon as he appeared, two young men in white appeared in front of him. They fist saluted and said, this is the mountain gate of the profound heart sect. The old man in the green robe took out a jade pendant, looked at it, and slowly handed it over. Give this to the sect leader. One of the young men in white frowned at him and slowly nodded. Okay, please wait. He originally wanted to refuse, as the sect leader was not someone anyone could meet. Plus, with his status, he would not be able to hand it over to the sect leader. However, looking at the old man's serious expression and intimidating aura, it was obvious that he was someone of high status. Hence, he gave up on the idea and wanted to hand it over to the elder in charge of greeting guests. Just as he was about to leave, the old man in the green robe suddenly said, wait. The young man in white turned around and looked at him. The old man in the green robe said in a low voice, be careful. Don't damage this jade pendant. Don't worry. The young man in white nodded and disappeared into the void. The remaining young man in white sized up the old man in the green robe, not daring to underestimate him. To be able to come to the sect so openly and say that he wanted to meet the sect leader, he was definitely not an ordinary person. It would be best not to offend him. If you're to say anything in front of the sect leader, he would suffer. After a while, a purple-robed old man stepped out of the void and arrived before the old man in the green robe. He sized him up and said slowly, "Follow me." "Thank you." The old man in the green robe fist saluted. The purple-robed old man shook his head and did not ask any more questions. The old man in the green robe stretched out his sleeve and let the purple-robed old man grab it. The two of them suddenly disappeared in a flash and entered the sect's array. The two of them floated up the wide stone path until they reached the main hall at the top of the mountain. The purple-robed old man said slowly, "Go in. The sect leader is waiting for you inside." The old man in the green robe fist saluted and walked up the stairs step by step. The purple-robed old man squinted his eyes and looked at the old man's back. He stood there with his hands behind his back. The old man in the green robe walked up the 23 steps and entered the main hall. A woman was standing in front of the tall window of the main hall with her hands behind her back. Her apricot yellow gown fluttered in the wind, but it could not hide her graceful figure. She was about 30 years old, beautiful and refined, as if she did not belong to the mortal world. She was looking out the window without moving. The sunlight shone on her jade-white face, making her look like a white jade statue. The old man in the green robe's face changed and returned to Zhao Lingfeng's appearance. He stood there with his hands behind his back and looked at the woman quietly. The beautiful woman did not seem to notice him. She only looked at the scenery outside the window without moving. Chapter 21:33. Zhao Lingfeng sighed and said gently, "How have you been?" Huang Tianyi looked away and turned to look at him. Her cold eyes met his, her face expressionless. She hummed and said, "It's rare for you to have the guts to come see me." Zhao Lingfeng smiled bitterly. "I know I owe you a lot, and I don't have the face to see you." And then Huang Tianyi said, "You have the face to see me now. You're shameless now." Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. "Tianyi, the past cannot be chased." "Who chased?" The corner of Huang Tianyi's mouth twitched, and he sneered. "What's there to pursue? You're just a heartless man. I've already thrown him away. 20 years ago, the Zhao Lingfeng in my heart died. You're not him." Zhao Lingfeng looked ashamed. "Yes, I have nothing to say. Master begged me. If I refused, I wouldn't be fit to be his disciple. Even the heavens would not forgive me." Huang Tianyi chuckled. "Of course, compared to your kindness, women are nothing. You can always find another." Zhao Lingfeng sighed and shook his head. "I have nothing to say. Even though I've been thinking about you all these years, even though I wake up every night with pain in my heart and dream of you every night, what's the use? I don't have the face to see you anymore. I know your personality. You will never forgive me." "Forgive?" Huang Tianyi smirked. Zhao Lingfeng said calmly, "All these years, I wanted to come see you many times, but I've always held myself back. I didn't even realize it until now. Other than you, no other woman has ever entered my heart." Huang Tianyi glared at him and said, "Speak. What do you want?" Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. Huang Tianyi smirked. "If it wasn't for your faction, would you be so thick-skinned as to come here?" Zhao Lingfeng said, "The matter with the sect was just a good excuse. Being able to see you and see that you're fine, I have no regrets. Even if I die, I can rest in peace." Huang Tianyi glanced at him. "I'm not the Huang Tianyi from before. You don't have to say that again." Zhao Lingfeng revealed a bitter smile as he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll take my leave." "Sure," Huang Tianyi said in disdain. "Then let's go." Zhao Lingfeng clasped his fist and said, "About the jade pendant, that is mine." Huang Tianyi said coldly, "Return it to its rightful owner." Zhao Lingfeng looked at the jade pendant in her hand. The white jade pendant matched her right hand, and her hand was like white jade, soft and smooth. A pained expression appeared on Zhao Lingfeng's face as he stared unblinkingly at the white jade pendant and the jade-like hand. He wanted to go up and take that jade-like hand and never let go. Unfortunately, Their identities were completely different, and it was impossible for them to be together again. Time had passed, and he could no longer hold Huang Tiany's hand. They were so close, but so far apart. Huang Tiany sneered, "Please, you're too heartless." Zhao Lingfeng sighed. Huang Tiany touched the warm white jade. The white jade gave off a warm luster, as if there was a clear spring flowing within it. Furthermore, the jade was as soft as her own skin. She sighed to herself. She remembered clearly that this white jade pendant did not look like this. It seemed like the white jade had shrunk a little and was more solid and delicate. It was obvious that it had been played with often to become like this. However, the more it was like this, the angrier she became. She glared at Zhao Lingfeng. "What else do you want to say?" Zhao Lingfeng looked away and sighed. "Fine, I'll leave then. Please." Huang Tiany clenched her teeth and said coldly. When Zhao Lingfeng turned around, he had already transformed into the old man from before. His face was slightly purple, and he looked majestic as he strode out. Huang Tiany watched him walk out step by step until he finally disappeared at the entrance of the hall. She did not say a word. Her cold gaze changed, and her eyes became blurry. Scenes of the past flashed before her eyes. Sweetness and pain, longing and hatred were entangled together. They were cut and sorted out. Zhao Lingfeng walked down the stairs and down the stone path. He finally left the Mystic Heart faction and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the Flying Heaven faction. He stood in front of the window of the basilica with his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. That direction was where the Mystic Heart faction was. He could almost see Huang Tiany standing in front of the window as well. The two of them looked at each other, worried about each other. However, they could not be together, they could not stay together, and they had to kill each other. "Faction leader, who is here to see you?" A clear voice came from outside. "Let him in," Zhao Lingfeng said. Hu Tianlai quickly entered the basilica and gave a fist salute. "Faction leader, did you find out?" Zhao Lingfeng looked at him coldly. Hu Tianlai hesitated and nodded slowly. "The mountain-shaking faction is indeed in cahoots with the Mystic Heart faction." "What happened?" Zhao Lingfeng asked. Hu Tianlai said, "According to our spies, faction leader Huang personally went to the mountain-shaking faction a few days ago and formed an alliance with faction leader Sunday." Zhao Lingfeng nodded and waved his hand. The mountain-shaking faction leader Sun Dahui was from the same generation as him and had always admired Huang Tiany. Unfortunately, Huang Tiany had never treated him well and only loved him. He scoffed. He did not expect her to form an alliance with Sun Dahui. He gritted his teeth, and a wave of jealousy rose from the bottom of his heart. His face darkened, and the air around him seemed to have frozen. Hu Tianlai said, "Faction leader, did you go to see faction leader Huang?" "Yes," Zhao Lingfeng said slowly. Hu Tianlai was overjoyed. "Did you take down faction leader Huang?" Zhao Lingfeng gave him a sidelong glance. Hu Tianlai hid his joy and smiled. "Faction leader Huang, do you not care about old times? Don't think about it. Order all disciples to stay in the faction." Zhao Lingfeng said coldly. "Yes." Hu Tianlai quickly agreed and hesitated. "Faction leader Huang, do you really not care about old times and want to fight to the death?" "Let's slow down first," Zhao Lingfeng said. Hu Tianlai knew that there was still room for negotiation and smiled. "Yes." He gave a fist salute and left. Zhao Lingfeng stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of the Mystic Heart faction. He sighed. He understood Huang Tiany. The more straightforward she was, the better it would be. If she was calm and did not show her emotions, it would mean that she had truly let go. He felt a little guilty. Once their relationship was mixed with the interests of the faction, it was as if their relationship had changed. It was not what he wanted. Unfortunately, he was forced to do so. Even if he was skilled in martial arts, there was nothing he could do. Unless he could let go of everything and find a successor to pass on the position of faction leader, then he would truly be free. When he thought about this, he suddenly had an urge to abandon everything else and hold Huang Tiany's hand. The two of them would be free and unfettered, no longer concerned about the affairs of the world and the rise and fall of the faction. Chu Li attacked the sky orb again and again in his courtyard. He failed again and again and was injured by the power of the sky orb's rebound. After recovering, he became slightly stronger. He felt that if he continued like this, he would one day be able to break through the sky orb and reach the upper heaven. He did not know how much time had passed. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 21:34. The two soon arrived at the basilica and presented the jade to Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng stared at the exquisite white jade. It was the jade that he had been playing with for 20 years. He held in his palm, feeling the familiar feeling, and calmed down. He nodded. I received it. You can go back now. Yes. The two young men in white turned around and walked away. They were slightly shocked. This was the Skyflight faction, the enemy of the Abstruse Heart faction. The two of them had entered the enemy's lair. If they were not careful, they would be crushed into pieces. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. They could not act presumptuously in the Skyflight faction. It would be best if they did not cause any trouble. As long as they returned to the faction safely, they would be rewarded. Zhao Lingfeng stared at the jade in his hand, as if he could feel Huang Tianyi's skin. He disappeared and reappeared at the foot of the mountain of the Abstruse Heart faction in the next second. He had already transformed into a purple-faced elder. Two young men in white appeared. Seeing him, they cupped their fists. They were the disciples who had received Zhao Lingfeng earlier. Seeing Zhao Lingfeng, they immediately knew that he was an important guest. The faction leader had personally received him. Seeing him again, it was obvious that he was here to see the faction leader. Faction leader Huang. Zhao Lingfeng cupped his fists. One of the young men in white turned around and disappeared into the array. Moments later, the purple-robed elder appeared again. He brought Zhao Lingfeng to the basilica and allowed Zhao Lingfeng to enter while the elder stayed outside. Zhao Lingfeng stepped into the basilica and saw Huang Tianyi standing with her hands behind her back. She wore an apricot yellow gown and had a face as white as jade. She was looking at him coldly. Zhao Lingfeng could not help but smile. Tianyi, you are finally willing to see me again. I called you here for official business, Huang Tianyi said coldly. If you want a truce, that's fine. Zhao Lingfeng's expression turned serious. He wiped the smile off his face and looked at her seriously. What are your conditions? Wu Yuanxi, Huang Tianyi said. He must die. Zhao Lingfeng said in a low voice. Impossible. Wu Yuanxi was the most likely candidate to be the next faction leader. Even if 10 or 20 elders died, Wu Yuanxi could not die. He would not agree to that. Huang Tianyi said coldly. If Wu Yuanxi does not die, where will the Abstruse Heart faction's dignity be? Zhao Lingfeng said. Don't forget that we also lost Huang Hemming. Your Profound Heart sect has already lost enough face. Where's our emoji Xuan? Huang Tianyi sneered. Wu Yuanxi must die. Otherwise, your Flying Heaven sect will suffer our wrath. I'm sure more people will die, and Wu Yuanxi will not be able to live. The alliance of your three sects might be strong, but you might not be able to do anything to us, Zhao Lingfeng said, shaking his head. At worst, you could just close your sects and not come out. That hidden pawn of yours is useless. Huang Tianyi frowned and glared at him. Hu Lingshan is one of your people, right? Zhao Lingfeng asked. Impressive. Huang Tianyi scoffed and did not deny it. Since Zhao Lingfeng had said it out loud, it meant that he had truly seen through their ploy. Although it was a pity, it was not a big deal. Between open schemes were much more powerful. The alliance of the three sects was an open scheme, so there was no need for them to play any tricks. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head and said, if we hide inside the sect, you won't be able to break through. However, you can't keep surrounding us, right? If this drags on for too long, you won't be able to hold on. Let's see who can last longer. Huang Tianyi smirked. If Wu Yuanxi doesn't die, he can wait for us to surround him. There's no need to say anything else. How about this, for the sake of your reputation? we'll change to someone else. Zhao Lingfeng pondered and said, let's change to Wu Yuanxi's appearance and die by your hands. What do you think? What joke? Huang Tianyi said coldly. Do you think you can fool the others? The heavenly demonic power could take on many forms, but once it stopped, the user would revert to his original appearance. Without the heavenly demonic power after death, the user would no longer be able to maintain the heavenly demonic power and would revert to his original appearance. Zhao Lingfeng said, as long as we do it carefully, we can fool them. Even if we can't, Huang Tianyi said coldly. He killed so many of our elders, and he still wants to live? How am I going to explain this to the sect? Zhao Lingfeng frowned. Is there no other way? Huang Tianyi shook her head. Impossible. Sigh. Zhao Lingfeng said. How about I exchange a secret for Wu Yuanxi's life? What secret? Huang Tianyi frowned. Zhao Lingfeng said. It's about the Azura who can cultivate the heavenly demonic power. Huang Tianyi's expression changed. Is there really such an Azura? There's a guess, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. Zhao Lingfeng said, it's very possible. Huang Tianyi frowned and did not say anything. Zhao Lingfeng said, this secret isn't worth Wu Yuanxi's life? Forget it then. No. Huang Tianyi shook his head slowly. Zhao Lingfeng sighed. Forget it then. I'll take my leave. Huang Tianyi stared at him coldly as he disappeared from the basilica. He then stood by the window with his hands behind his back. Zhao Lingfeng had just returned to the basilica when Hu Tianlai came over. Zhao Lingfeng stared at him coldly. Hu Tianlai smiled shamelessly. Faction leader, you met faction leader Huang again? Yes. Zhao Lingfeng was annoyed. Why are you staring at me instead of doing what you should be doing? I was waiting for good news from you. Faction leader. Hu Tianlai chuckled. Has faction leader Huang changed his mind? No. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. That can't be right. Hu Tianlai said. If he really hasn't changed his mind, why did he call the faction leader over? There must be some good news, right? No. Zhao Lingfeng said. Hu Tianlai smiled. There's nothing the faction leader can't say. It can't be about old times, right? Zhao Lingfeng scoffed. All right, she has a condition. She wants UNC to pay with his life, and then the war will cease. What? Hu Tianlai raised his voice. Zhao Lingfeng glared at him. What are you making a fuss about? The faction leader didn't agree, right? Hu Tianlai asked. Zhao Lingfeng sneered. What do you think? Hu Tianlai let out a long sigh and relaxed. He shook his head. Since when did faction leader Huang become so ruthless? She's going to end the glory of the Flying Heaven faction. He felt that the next faction leader was Chu Li. In his eyes, Chu Li's cultivation level was high, his intelligence was high, and his intuition was sharp. No one could compare to him. As long as nothing unexpected happened to him, he would definitely be the next faction leader. Zhao Lingfeng said, Even if we go to war with them, we can't hand Yuan Si over. That's right. Hu Tianlai nodded. Zhao Lingfeng pondered. In any case, we still have to be careful, especially those from the Dark Temple. I'll ask everyone to be careful. Hu Tianlai nodded. After he left the basilica, he went to Chu Li's courtyard and told Chu Li about Huang Tianyi's condition. It was also to let Chu Li know how much the faction leader valued him. Chu Li thought for a while and shook his head. Masters Jr., you can actually agree to their condition. Hu Tianlai looked at him in surprise. Chu Li said, I had a fortuitous encounter in the outer heavenly realm. There's a secret skill that allows me to fake my death. As long as my body isn't harmed, I can come back to life and fool them. You've had a lot of fortuitous encounters. Hu Tianlai laughed. Chapter 2135. Now that he had the cloud-slashing power and gained everyone's trust, he did not need to be as cautious as before. Letting go of some restrictions would actually help him achieve his goal. Now, he had already become a popular candidate for the next sect master. As long as there were no accidents and no special geniuses rose up along the way, he would be able to take over as the next sect master. This was a huge temptation. Just like when he became the sect leader of heavenly demonic sect in the lower realm, it would be a great help. If he could become the sect leader of the Flying Heaven sect and take advantage of the opportunity to expand the Flying Heaven sect to become the #1 sect in the heavenly demon realm, that would be truly satisfying. He would also be able to prevent the heavenly demon realm and the beyond heavens realm from offending each other. Therefore, in order to become the next sect leader, he needed more merits, and more people would be convinced. In order to convince people, not only did he need to have superior martial arts, but he also needed to be loyal to the sect. This was a rare opportunity. If he could take this chance to die, Zhao Lingfeng would definitely see him as the next sect leader. Do you really have such a secret skill? Hu Tianlai frowned. This is not a joke. Masters Junior, how can I joke with my life? Chu Li shook his head and laughed. But there's a condition. You can't cut off his head or damage his body. So it's still difficult. Sect leader Huang and the others are not stupid. They'll definitely cut off his head to kill him. Then forget it. Hu Tianlai shook his head. Huang Tianyi was much smarter than ordinary people, and Chu Li was definitely not as good as him. Once he killed Wu Yuanxi, he would definitely kill him. Even if the sect leader went to negotiate with sect leader Huang, he might go back on his words and take the opportunity to kill Wu Yuanxi. If that happened, it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, even if he had a secret skill, he could not use it. If this can really stop the 3 sect from joining forces against us, I can give it a try, Chu Li said. His expression was solemn, as if he was ready to die. You'd better focus on cultivating. Don't let your imagination run wild. Hu Tianlai shook his head. He did not wait for Chu Li to speak and turned to leave. Chu Li quickly called him, but he could not stop him. Hu Tianlai had already disappeared. The next moment, Hu Tianlai appeared in the sect leader's hall and repeated Chu Li's words. Zhao Lingfeng remained silent as he paced around with his hands clasped behind his back. Grandmaster, this is way too dangerous. Let's not take this risk. Hu Tianlai said, Sect leader Huang is not on our side. If we let her know, she might try to kill us. If we don't let her know, she will try to kill us even more. Let me think about it. Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand and said, It's rare for him to say that. Exactly. Hu Tianlai hurriedly nodded and said, I think he's anxious too. He's anxious for the sect. If they really fight, it's hard to say if our Flying Heaven sect will be destroyed. All right, go ahead. Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand. Hu Tianlai retreated with complicated feelings. He also felt conflicted and couldn't make a decision. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Life and death were only a thin line apart, and they really shouldn't have taken such a risk. However, this was indeed an opportunity. If not for the fact that the sect master and sect master Huang were old friends, and that the two of them still had feelings for each other, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to such conditions. In fact, they wouldn't have even said so much and started fighting right away. He didn't suspect that Huang Tianyi would go back on his word. After all, a person like him would always keep his word, no matter how cunning he was. On the evening of the next day, Chu Li was ordered to go to the basilica and meet the sect leader, Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng sat behind the desk and looked at Chu Li. He calmly said, Are you really confident that you can come back from the dead? Chu Li fist saluted. I've tried it once. As long as my head isn't separated from my body, I can come back to life. Of course, I'll need enough spirit medicine to recover from my injuries. This is very dangerous. Do you really want to try? Zhao Lingfeng frowned. There's a possibility that you won't be able to come back from the dead. Chu Li smiled. Sect leader, if I die, will they really stop? Once the 3 sects join forces, will they really stop and not attack us? I know that it's rare for the 3 sects to join forces. If they don't take advantage of the situation to destroy the Flying Heaven faction and give up halfway, it's almost impossible for them to join forces again. Zhao Lingfeng said, We're afraid of both sides. In fact, they're also worried that if we decide to die, the 3 sects might not be able to defeat us even if they join forces. Besides, we don't have any deep grudges with the mountain-shaking sect or the Mystic Heart sect. The only exception is the Sky Wind sect. The Mystic Heart sect is actually guarding against them. The 2 sects seem to be united, but they're actually divided and suspicious of each other. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to take advantage of such a big loophole. Chu Li said, if that's the case, then let me die once. I'll try. Zhao Lingfeng took a deep breath and sighed. Yuan Si, you've been wronged. After this, I'll explain to everyone and reward you handsomely. Chu Li shook his head. Sect leader, why do you have to do this? How can I retreat when the sect is in trouble? Once the war starts, there's no telling how many of us will die. There's no need to reward me handsomely. All right. Zhao Lingfeng nodded. Go back and prepare. Chu Li fist saluted and turned to leave. Zhao Lingfeng watched as Chu Li gradually disappeared. He frowned and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he arrived at the foot of the mountain of Abstruse Heart Sect. Soon, he entered the Basilica of Abstruse Heart Sect and stood in front of Huang Tianyi. Huang Tianyi was still dressed in an apricot gown that loosely covered her graceful figure. Her beautiful and refined face stared at him without saying a word. Zhao Lingfeng looked at her quietly as well. Their eyes met in the air. After a while, Huang Tianyi withdrew her cold gaze and turned to look out of the window. She said, have you made up your mind? Zhao Lingfeng asked in a low voice, do you insist on taking Yuan Si's life? Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the disciples of the sect and the elders who died. Huang Tianyi said coldly, if you don't agree, then let's start the war. The Tianfeng sect has been waiting for a long time, and they're willing to be the vanguard. You won't be able to stop them. Thank you for your kindness. Zhao Lingfeng scoffed. Huang Tianyi said, I'm helping you because it's for the good of Abstruse Heart Sect. A cornered beast will still fight. Zhao Lingfeng said, I have one condition. Speak, Huang Tianyi said. Do it yourself, Zhao Lingfeng said. No one else is allowed to do it. Huang Tianyi frowned and shook her head in the end. I won't do it. The elders will do it. That's fine, but you must leave his corpse intact, Zhao Lingfeng said. He sacrificed himself for the sect. Heaven will not tolerate it if he doesn't die in one piece. Is he really willing to sacrifice himself? Huang Tianyi frowned. You didn't set this up? How could I do such a thing? Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. Huang Tianyi said, is there really such a person? Zhao Lingfeng said, after he avenged his master, his wish was fulfilled and he no longer had any attachment to the world. If he could sacrifice himself to protect the sect, he was willing to give up his life and enter the cycle of reincarnation. It seems like he has experienced the vicissitudes of the world and has transcended life and death. Huang Tianyi said, it's a pity for someone like him. Zhao Lingfeng nodded and sighed. What a pity. Huang Tianyi thought for a while and suddenly scoffed. He must have a secret skill to fake his death, right? Chapter 2136. Zhao Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. That's right. He does have a secret technique to fake his death. Hey, that's a good plan. Huang Tianyi snickered. He faked his death to fool us, and your Flying Sky faction will not suffer any losses. Zhao Lingfeng sighed. I didn't want to tell you this, but I don't think I should hide it from you. It's better for everyone to be honest with each other and avoid this war. If the 4 factions fight, who knows how many factions will be involved? If the Heavenly Demon Realm falls into chaos before we can destroy the Azura Realm and the Grandmaster Realm, how can they just stand by and watch? If they take advantage of the situation, we'll really be sinners of the Heavenly Demon Realm. You're thinking too much. It's not that serious. Huang Tianyi scoffed. It's not that easy to cause chaos. There's still the Grand Dream faction. Who knows? Zhao Lingfeng said. Fine, I'll trade another secret. What do you think? The Azura who can cultivate the heavenly demon power? Huang Tianyi asked. Zhao Lingfeng nodded slowly. Huang Tianyi said, tell me about it. Based on my guess, the Grand Dream faction has already found one, Zhao Lingfeng said. Of course, this is just a guess. Are you lying to me? Huang Tianyi asked. Zhao Lingfeng said, when have I ever lied to you? Not in the past, but not now. Huang Tianyi rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. For the faction's benefit, what can't you do? You abandoned me back then, and you'll do the same now? Zhao Lingfeng sighed. This is not a matter of life or death for my faction. Why would I lie to you? Of course, this is just a guess. I still need to verify it. Then we'll talk after we verify it. Huang Tianyi scoffed. Zhao Lingfeng looked out the window, as if he could see the flying sky faction. He sighed. If I really verify it, how do you think the Grand Dream faction will react? They'll probably teach you a lesson, Huang Tianyi said. Zhao Lingfeng smiled. Huang Tianyi scoffed. Did they really find that Azura? It's very possible, Zhao Lingfeng said. If it doesn't work, let's get someone else to try. If that's the case, it's not just a legend. It's real. Huang Tianyi pondered. Why don't we let Su Ziliang check it out? Zhao Lingfeng laughed. Su Ziliang was the leader of the Heavenly Wind sect. He was older than all of them, almost a generation younger than them. However, he was still unyielding and domineering. He had more spirit than wisdom, and often lost his rationality and impulsiveness. Huang Tianyi said, Then let Su Ziliang know. No problem, Zhao Lingfeng said with a smile. Huang Tianyi rolled his eyes at him and said, Don't think that I'm trying to harm the alliance. It's this old man who doesn't know what's good for him. If it weren't for him, the two sects would have joined forces to destroy your flying heaven sect. Then, I should be thanking him, Zhao Lingfeng said with a smile. Huang Tianyi scoffed. Then you should thank him. Let's see if he will take the opportunity to kill you. Zhao Lingfeng sighed. He's too hot-tempered. Actually, the Flying Heaven sect and the Heavenly Wind sect didn't have to be enemies. It's because he wanted to suppress the Flying Heaven sect that this situation has come to this. He wants to kill you no matter what, Huang Tianyi said. Be careful. The Xianxian sect will let you go, but the Heavenly Wind sect won't. Zhao Lingfeng frowned and slowly nodded. Then let him try. Huang Tianyi said, If Su Ziliang really tries, the Great Dream sect won't let him go easily. They might even kill him to silence him. That depends on Leader Cheng's courage. Zhao Lingfeng smiled. How much do you value that Azura? Do you want to take all the benefits for yourself? Let's wait and see. Huang Tianyi scoffed. I'll agree to your conditions, but I won't be responsible if anything happens. I won't tell the elders. It's up to Wu Yuanxi's luck. That's fine. Zhao Lingfeng sighed. He knew that this was the best condition he could get. He couldn't go any further. If he continued, Huang Tianyi would turn against him. It was better to stop while he was ahead. In a flash, Chu Li appeared outside the Flying Heaven faction. Then, in another flash, he appeared on top of a mountain. He looked at the towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was as if he was in the Heavenly Palace. He stared at the Flying Heaven faction and activated the Heavenly Star Insight technique in his mind. He was trying to predict the fortune of his move. After attacking the Heavenly Orb several times and recovering from the backlash, he was getting stronger. Moreover, with the Heavenly Orb and the Nirvana Wheel, the power of the Heavenly Star Insight technique had increased tremendously. He was able to predict his fortune. He deduced that his decision this time was a blessing amidst the misfortune, a chance at survival. That was why he dared to sacrifice himself like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do this. To outsiders, it would be no different from suicide. He allowed a long sigh and slowly turned around. He was about to disappear. Right at this moment, his figure suddenly stopped, and the void suddenly froze. The Heavenly Demon Universe lock had already been activated. He hurriedly activated the Flying Celestial Demon technique, and his figure suddenly flashed, as though he was flying, and dodged to the side. Bang! 4 palm energies hit the spot where he was previously. There was a muffled sound like thunder, and the mountain he was on seemed to shake. 4 elders appeared in the void. All of them had snow-white eyebrows and long beards. Their bodies were skinny and their eyes were murky. They were old and frail. They looked like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. They had 1 foot in the grave and did not have the aura of a martial arts master. However, the palm energy of these 4 people was ferocious and overbearing beyond imagination. Wherever the palm energy passed, the void seemed to be frozen. 1 palm strike seemed to be able to shake a mountain. Chu Li was well-versed in the samadhi of the Flying Divine Demon technique. His body movement technique was as agile as a pair of wings. No matter how many people besieged him, he would be able to avoid them. However, when he encountered such pure and powerful palm energy, his body movement technique became sluggish. Suddenly, for palm energies hit his body at the same time. Bang! He flew into the air like a rubber ball. Blood spurted out like arrows. At the same time, he took out a whistling arrow and shot it into the sky. Woo! A shrill howl traveled a long distance. The four elders swayed their bodies and appeared in the air. They surrounded Chu Li again, and four palm energies hit him again. Chu Li spat out a few pieces of flesh and instantly breathed his last. He fell limply to the ground with a bang and did not move at all. One of the elders stepped forward and grabbed Chu Li's wrist. He looked up at the three people and nodded. "He's dead. Cut off his head," another elder said in a low voice. Then he took out a short sword from his sleeve. It was as bright as flowing water, and he gently slashed it at Chu Li's neck. "Stop!" A shout was heard. Zhao Lingfeng appeared beside Chu Li and stretched out his hand to stop him. His expression changed. He knew that if he was beheaded, his fake death would become real. The three elders rushed toward him and blocked his way. Huang Tianyi appeared not far away. His apricot gown fluttered in the wind. He stood in the void and looked down at them. He had no intention of helping. "Ah!" Zhao Lingfeng roared. "How dare you?" Chapter 21:37. "Ah!" Zhao Lingfeng roared and glared at Chu Li, then at Huang Tianyi, who was not far away. Huang Tianyi shook her head. She did not intervene. She did not stop her subordinates or Zhao Lingfeng. In her opinion, she was already being extremely benevolent. If she were to personally stop her own sex elders, she would be a traitor and would not be able to face the dead elders. These elders were the sex elites and pillars. It would be unjust for them to die in the hands of Wu Yuanxi. It would be best if she could kill Wu Yuanxi and beat him at his own game. If she were to kill Zhao Lingfeng, she would stop him. However, she would not kill Wu Yuanxi. She could not wait for Wu Yuanxi to die. Ding! A clear sound was heard. The short sword was deflected. It did not go any further. A young man in purple suddenly appeared beside Chu Li. It was Morong Cho. He used his sword to deflect the sword. The elder did not believe it. He concentrated his energy on his sword again. The long sword shone brightly and slowly moved towards Chu Li's neck. Ding! With a clear sound, Morong Cho stabbed the short sword again and deflected it. Morong Cho scoffed and stabbed the long sword forward. It was so fast that the elder could only take a step back. The next moment, Zhao Lingfeng suddenly appeared beside Chu Li. He picked him up and disappeared. Morong Cho was there too. The three of them were nowhere to be seen. Sect leader. The four elders looked gloomy. Their originally drowsy eyes were now cold. It was as if they had become completely different people. Their skinny faces slowly became plump and smooth. It was as if they had become 10 years younger. Huang Tianyi stepped to their side and said, "Forget it. He escaped. Even if his body was made of steel, he would not be able to take it after taking 8 palms from you. Is he dead?" "He's dead. There's no doubt that he's dead." One of the elders nodded slowly and sighed. "I didn't expect there to be more problems. We were too anxious. We should have waited for him to move further away. Who knows if he's bait or if there's an ambush from the Flying Heaven sect." Another old man shook his head and said, "It's very likely to be bait. It's a pity that they were too slow and didn't expect us to make a move here. Otherwise, we might not have been able to succeed." They had a deep understanding of Chu Li's body movement technique. If they had not performed a secret skill and sealed the void with their palm energy, they might not have been able to hit him. If they were anywhere else, and Chu Li's martial arts masters appeared, who knew who would ambush who? This was already the best opportunity to kill Wu Yuanxi. What they regretted was that they couldn't cut off his head and offer it to the souls of their fellow disciples in heaven to vent their anger. Huang Tianyi said, "Let's go. Zhao Lingfeng has gone berserk. He might come to kill us." "Yes." The four old men nodded. One of the old men smiled and shook his head. This time, Zhao Lingfeng is truly furious. He even used a secret technique. Unfortunately, he was still unable to save his prized disciple. "We have succeeded," Huang Tianyi calmly said. "Let's go." Dozens of green-robed elders appeared in the void and surrounded him. The 5 of them had disappeared just then, just a little bit more. When the 5 of them returned to Mystery's sect, they still had lingering fears. They were one step away from being surrounded. Their cultivation levels were extremely high, but it was difficult to escape unscathed when faced with dozens of elders from the Flying Heaven sect. Even if they could escape, they would definitely be injured and pay a huge price. Huang Tianyi said, "This matter will end for now. Let the disciples return to prevent the Flying Heaven sect from going crazy and taking revenge." "Yes." The 4 old men nodded. Zhao Lingfeng brought Chu Li and Murong Cho to the basilica. He did not care about Murong Cho and placed Chu Li on the table. He took out a small box that was about the size of a palm. He opened it and found a pill sealed in wax. After crushing the wax, a golden pill the size of a longan was revealed. He stuffed it into Chu Li's mouth. However, Chu Li's mouth was already stiff. In just a short while, it had become stiff. Murong Cho checked Chu Li's wrist. There was no longer any signs of life. He frowned and said, "It's useless. Brother Wu is dead. He can be saved," Zhao Lingfeng said. Murong Cho looked at him. "Faction leader Zhao, how could you ambush in front of the sect?" "This is too." Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. "It's a long story. Let's talk about it when he wakes up." "He can still wake up?" Murong Cho sighed. His face was full of regret as he stared at Chu Li. "It's all thanks to you." Zhao Lingfeng did not force Chu Li's mouth open. If Murong Cho had not appeared in time, Yuan Si's head would have been separated from his body. Even with the secret technique of faking his death, it would be useless. He would have died completely. When he thought of the sword, he felt a chill down his spine. God's plans were always better than his own. Chu Li's luck was really good. Murong Cho arrived too late. He picked up Chu Li and appeared in Chu Li's courtyard in a flash. Murong Cho followed him. Zhao Lingfeng placed Chu Li on the bed in the bedroom and looked down at him. He sighed. "He will definitely wake up. He is indeed dead," Murong Cho said. Zhao Lingfeng said, "Master Murong, you should go back first. When he wakes up, let him find you. I will accompany him for the last part of his life." Murong Cho shook his head. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. "We will think of a way to save him. It will not be convenient for outsiders to watch. Can he really be saved?" Murong Cho did not believe it. Zhao Lingfeng smiled. "We have to try. If we really want to bury him, we will naturally inform Master Murong." "Thank you. Yuan Si did not make friends with you in vain." "All right." Murong Cho looked at his confident expression and began to doubt him. Maybe there was a miracle. Maybe the Flying Heaven faction had some secret technique or spirit medicine that could bring the dead back to life. He closed fists, saluted, and suddenly disappeared. Zhao Lingfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He sat on the bed and looked at Chu Li quietly. He wanted to see how he would wake up. Hu Tianlai floated to the courtyard and came to Zhao Lingfeng's side. "Faction leader, can he really wake up?" "He definitely can," Zhao Lingfeng said in a low voice. Hu Tianlai said slowly. It was hard on him to take such a big risk. He almost lost his head. "It's all my fault." Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. "He should have attacked first. He should have fully expected the strength of the people from the Mystic Heart faction to be able to block his attack. He had hidden his abilities well, and his cultivation level was beyond imagination. Even if he could not become the world's #1, he was still one of the top masters in the world. He did not expect the masters from the Flying Heaven faction to be able to stop him. He did not expect to almost cost Wei Yuanxi's life. If that was really the case, he would not be able to forgive himself. He looked at Chu Li, who was lying motionless on the bed, and felt guilty. He put the golden pill back into the small box. 3 divine pill. Hu Tianlai's eyes widened. The 3 divine pill was a spirit pill that only the faction leader could possess. It was extremely precious and had miraculous medicinal effects. As long as one still had 1 breath left, one could immediately recover to normal. Not only could it save him, but it was also miraculous. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed instantly. Chapter 2138. However, the three-god pill had a weakness, which was that it could only be consumed when the person was still alive. Once the person was dead, the pill would not dissolve. For example, Chu Li was already dead, but the three-god pill was useless. It would not dissolve even if it was put into his mouth. Sect leader, are you going to feed the three-god pill to Yuan Si? Hu Tianlai asked in surprise. Zhao Lingfeng nodded. He's worth it. Sigh. Hu Tianlai sighed. He almost died this time. Yuan Si's loyalty is undeniable. His breadth of mind and magnanimity are rare in this world. It's the flying heaven faction's fortune. To be able to put life and death behind him meant that he could think about the gains and losses of his own interests. He would not be impulsive, and he was intelligent. It was the flying heaven faction's fortune to have such a person as the sect leader. Zhao Lingfeng nodded. Almost regretted it. Thanks to Morong Cho, Yuan Si's friend was right. After Yuan Si wakes up, he must thank Morong Cho for saving his life. Hu Tianlai smiled. He lowered his head to look at Chu Li, then pressed on his chest. He frowned. Sect leader, with such heavy injuries, can Yuan Si really wake up? His internal organs were all shattered, especially his heart. Otherwise, he would not have died. Without the support of his heart, no matter how strong his inner energy was, he could only die. He was a little worried that it would be difficult for him to recover from such injuries. A shattered heart was no different from having his head removed. Yes, Zhao Lingfeng said. I believe he can come back alive. Yes, Hu Tianlai quickly said. Heaven helps a good man. Yuan Si will definitely wake up. At that moment, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside. Dozens of elders had entered Chu Li's courtyard. Hu Tianlai floated out. When he saw them, he closed fists saluted. Elders. Zhao Lingfeng stepped in front of everyone and said calmly, Everyone disperse. Sectmaster, Yuan Si is gone? An old man asked calmly. Zhao Lingfeng said softly, Actually, there's something I haven't told you. Everyone looked at him in silence. Their eyes were filled with anger. They wanted to kill their way to the abstruse heart faction and destroy it. A dead Wu Yuanxi was completely different from a dead Huang Hemming. Although Huang Hemming was talented and had a high cultivation base, he was still far behind Wu Yuanxi. They had already determined that Wu Yuanxi would be the next sect leader, especially the fact that Wu Yuanxi had single-handedly killed batch after batch of profound heart sect's elders, which made them even more excited and proud, and they sighed at their inferiority. But this time, he had actually died in front of the sect, and this was truly something they were unable to accept. Their hatred and sorrow were difficult to suppress. They had already passed the age of being impulsive and reckless, yet they still wished for nothing more than to take action immediately. Sectmaster, let's move out. An old man said in a deep voice, Avenge Yuan Si. Everyone might not know yet. Zhao Lingfeng looked at them calmly and said, The Profound Heart sect has joined forces with the Heavenly Wind sect and the Mountain Shaking sect. They want to fight us head-on. If the three sects join forces, we won't be able to defeat them. Everyone was silent, their faces still gloomy and solemn. Zhao Lingfeng said slowly, I made peace with sect leader Huang, but she had one condition. Yuan Si had to die. Everyone's eyes widened in anger. Zhao Lingfeng said, I didn't agree to this condition before, but Yuan Si told me that he had obtained a secret technique that allowed him to fake his death. As long as his head isn't cut off, he can come back to life. Everyone was stunned, but after thinking about it, they slowly nodded. Although it sounded inconceivable, it was not impossible. It was just a legendary technique, and no one had ever heard of it before. They did not expect Wu Yuanxi to have such a technique. They were really lucky. However, such a secret technique was useless, and it was rarely used. Even if it was used, it would be extremely dangerous. Faking one's death was the same as putting one's life in someone else's hands. Whether or not to cut off one's head depended on a single thought. Once one's head was cut off, The fake death would become real death. Instead of using such a secret technique, he might as well use the sky demon body disintegration technique and die together with his enemies. Zhao Lingfeng continued. He was determined to use this secret technique to resolve the enmity between the Profound Heart sect and the three sections. Everyone sighed. Zhao Lingfeng said his head was almost cut off by the people from the Profound Heart sect, but he's fine now. Let's see if he can come back to life. Everyone, don't worry too much. Let's go back. Sect leader, let's wait outside, an elder said. Let's see if he can come back alive. All right. Zhao Lingfeng nodded slowly and returned to his bed. Hu Tianlai looked at the elders, closed fists saluted, and followed him into the bedroom. Time passed slowly. Everyone stood in the courtyard without moving, not making a sound. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Zhao Lingfeng and Hu Tianlai stared at Chu Li without moving. Chu Li's body was getting colder and colder. In the end, his body was as stiff as a rock. It was obvious that he was completely dead. Seeing this, Hu Tianlai could not help but sigh. Sect leader, I'm afraid, if there really was a secret technique for faking one's death, one would at least have to maintain a breath of life. Then, with that weak breath of life, one's body wouldn't become too stiff, but it wouldn't be as stiff and cold as it was now. Zhao Lingfeng glared at him. Hu Tianlai was shocked. He felt that Zhao Lingfeng's eyes were bloodshot. Sect leader Huang Shi, Hu Tianlai, changed the topic and sighed. Fortunately, sect leader Huang did not make a move, or else. Shut up, Zhao Lingfeng shouted. Although Huang Tianyi did not make a move, he sent out these 4 old demons. They should be 4 of the 10 strongest people in the Profound Heart sect, which meant that Wu Yuanxi was not going to survive. No matter how strong the technique was, there was a limit to it. He was not sure if Wu Yuanxi could wake up from such a serious injury. Hu Tianlai shut his mouth and touched Chu Li's wrist with his tentacles to feel the changes. Unfortunately, as time passed, Chu Li was still getting harder and colder. The coldness even traveled up his fingers, causing him to shiver and want to pull his hand back. He felt that Chu Li was completely dead. However, he could see that if he said that, Zhao Lingfeng might attack him. He knew that he should not say anything more. The sun went from the east to the middle of the sky, then to the west, and finally to the bottom of the mountain. The elders outside the courtyard were already disappointed. They thought that Chu Li would not wake up, but they did not say anything. Even if he was really dead, he died for the sect. It was only right for them to accompany him. Dusk came, then night came, and the moon shone in the sky. Under the hazy moonlight, everyone stood solemnly and motionlessly. The night made their hearts heavier, and they did not want to talk. The entire courtyard was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Hu Tianlai touched Chu Li again, but he was already as stiff as a rock. Sect leader, Hu Tianlai sighed. Why don't you get a coffin for UNC? No need, Zhao Lingfeng said. I believe he will wake up. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and thunder could be heard from the sky. Chapter 2139. Soon, it started raining cats and dogs in the courtyard. The elders stood still in the courtyard as the rain did not touch their bodies. They were anxious as it was almost impossible for him to come back to life after a day and night. No matter how powerful the fake death technique was, there was a time limit. It would be a pity if he did not wake up. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside, and a clear voice said, Sect leader, Miss Qin is at the foot of the mountain. Let her in. Zhao Lingfeng's voice was heard. The clear voice replied, Yes. Then, the footsteps faded away. A moment later, Qin Mingyun's sleeves fluttered lightly. She was dressed in an emerald green gown, and her face was covered by a green veil. She gracefully landed in the courtyard. When she saw the elders, she gently cupped her fists and bowed before directly entering her bedroom. When she saw Chu Li lying on the bed, she was stunned and stared at him without moving. Miss Qin, Hu Tianlai could not help but feel sad when he saw her like this. He sighed. My condolences. Qin Mingyun took off her veil and walked to the bed. She placed her hand on Chu Li's wrist and touched his arm, which was as hard as stone and cold. Suddenly, she felt as if all the energy in her body had been sucked out, and she fell to the ground. Zhao Lingfeng looked at her, and then at Hu Tianlai. Hu Tianlai whispered, "Miss Qin from the Dancing Butterfly Sect." He asked, "How did Miss Qin know about this?" The news has spread throughout the Profound Heart Sect, and even the martial arts world. Qin Mingyun sighed. They said that Big Brother Wu has been killed by the elders of the Profound Heart Sect. Hu Tianlai sighed. So UNC knows a secret fake death technique that can bring the dead back to life. But it's been so long. I'm afraid that the secret technique has lost its effect. What a pity. Zhao Lingfeng said, "Let's wait a little longer. It's too early to say this. Sect leader, let's just accept it." Hu Tianlai sighed. A day has passed. If he still doesn't wake up tomorrow morning, we should make a coffin for UNC and put it in our ancestral hall. Zhao Lingfeng did not say anything. Qin Mingyun reached out and gently touched Chu Li's face. It was cold and hard. She felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She could not stop her tears from falling. She regretted that she should have been braver and told Big Brother Wu about her feelings before he died. She had missed him. "Lady Qin, UNC will wake up," Zhao Lingfeng said in a low voice. Qin Mingyun turned to look at him with tears in her eyes. Zhao Lingfeng said, "UNC's luck is very good, and she has a tough life. She won't die so easily." At the crucial moment, he was unable to block that sword, but Murong Cho managed to rush over in time to deflect the sword, allowing him to avoid the fate of being beheaded. How could a person with such luck not wake up? Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the rain became heavier and heavier. Qin Mingyun let out a long sigh and pressed on Chu Li's chest to feel his body. Tears continued to fall from her eyes. Unknowingly, time flew by and a night had passed. The crowd was not sleepy at all. They were all waiting for Chu Li to wake up. As the sky grew brighter, their hearts sank. Their confidence in Chu Li's ability to wake up was dwindling, and a sense of pity filled the air. Qin Mingyun's eyes were already red and swollen like a peach, and her tears could no longer flow out. She sat quietly on the edge of the bed and looked at Chu Li without moving. Zhao Lingfeng and Hu Tianlai stood to the side without making a move. The air in the house and the courtyard seemed to have frozen. The rain had stopped, and a ray of morning sun shone into the courtyard. Sigh. Suddenly, a long sigh was heard. Chu Li opened his mouth, and the sigh came from his chest. Then, the initial stiffness and coldness quickly faded, and in the blink of an eye, his body became warm and soft again. Qin Mingyun was shocked, but she was immediately overjoyed. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Li coughed violently, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Lingfeng hurriedly said, "Miss Qin, please make way." Qin Mingyun was overjoyed, but she was still able to maintain her calm. She quickly took 2 steps back to make way. Zhao Lingfeng quickly took out a small box, opened it, and stuffed the golden pill into Chu Li's mouth. As soon as the golden pill came into contact with Chu Li's saliva and life force, it immediately turned into a fragrant scent and seeped into his internal organs. It quickly circled around him, and a strange force began to knead the injuries in his internal organs like a giant hand. It was as if the torn organs were forcibly squeezed together and then stitched back together. It was extremely magical. Chu Li felt this strange force, and in just a few breaths, his injuries healed as if he had never been injured. In fact, he was even better than before. The wonder of the 3 divine pills was not only to repair the body, but also to strengthen the soul. Suddenly, Chu Li had an idea. He immediately concentrated all of his soul's energy to form the god-slaying sword and stab it into the sky-connecting orb. The Brahma Wheel's sky-connecting orb suddenly made a soft bang, as if it had been shattered. Then, a huge force surged, and Chu Li was pressed onto the bed. He could not move, and his internal organs felt like they were about to be torn apart again. However, the force of the 3 divine pills was still there, and it instantly healed his internal organs, allowing him to withstand the pressure. His soul's energy that had been depleted was instantly replenished, and he gritted his teeth and made a desperate attempt again. Bang! A loud bang exploded in his ears, and then an extremely pure force went straight down from the top of his head to the gushing springs at his feet. He felt that his body had become one with the earth. After this extremely pure force surged into the earth, it flowed up from the gushing springs at his feet, went up to the Tailu and Jiaji passes, went around the middle of his eyebrows, and went down from the Ren Meridian in front of him. Finally, it went through the gushing springs at his legs, and then went up to the governing meridian. It was as if the earth was his body, and this extremely pure force kept circulating between the two. It was no different from the great circulatory cycle in his body. He was the earth, and the earth was him. This strange feeling was unique. It was as if he had broken through all the barriers between him and the earth, and had become one with them. With a single thought, the roots and stones underground appeared clearly in his mind, and he could even move this extremely pure force. With a gentle tug, a section of the tree root was instantly torn off, and then this force went into the tree. Suddenly, the tree shook violently, and the leaves began to turn yellow. This was a pine tree outside the small courtyard. As he activated the life and death scripture, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and quickly healed the tree's injuries. The extremely pure force had already left the small tree, but it was still clearly visible. The life and death scripture and the omniscient mirror were indistinguishable from each other. He could no longer tell whether it was the omniscient mirror or the life and death scripture that was looking at this small tree. However, not only was it clear, but it was also like an extension of his arm, and he could control its life and death at will. He could even feel the gushing springs acupoint of everyone outside through the earth. With a single thought, he could use this extremely pure force to go into their gushing springs and attack them. It was impossible to defend against. He tried it, and he could control the earth within 100 meters. The extremely pure force was continuously injected into his body, and his internal organs began to strengthen. His body was also slowly becoming stronger, and the cloud slashing power was activated. Suddenly, his cultivation level increased continuously. He immediately understood that the sky-piercing orb was indeed able to peek into the first layer of heaven. Due to coincidence, with the help of the 3 divine pills, he had finally come into contact with the spiritual energy of the first layer of heaven with the help of the sky-piercing orb. Chapter 2140. The life and death scripture and omniscient mirror seemed to have improved to a whole new level, which was completely different from before. The skyscraper orb had helped him a lot this time, and there were also the 3 divine pills. Without the help of the 3 divine pills, he did not know how long it would have taken him to break through the skyscraper orb suppression. When he opened his eyes again, everything in front of him had become lively. He could not help but feel touched, and if he did not suppress his emotions, he would have burst into tears. Big Brother Wu, Qi Mingyun called out in surprise. You're awake. Chu Li smiled and nodded at her, then looked at Zhao Lingfeng and Hu Tianlai. Sect leader, Masters Jr., what a great dream. I really died and came back to life. UNC, what did you see? Hu Tianlai laughed. Did you really enter reincarnation? It was like I fell asleep. I don't know anything, and I didn't dream of anything. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Maybe I didn't really die. You're not much different from being dead. Hu Tianlai praised. Your secret skill is really amazing. You can pass off the fake as the real thing. We thought you were really dead and would never wake up again. Chu Li said, I wasn't sure either. I didn't expect to come back alive. Of course, it's all thanks to the sect leader's spirit pill, or else I don't know what would have happened to me. It's a blessing in disguise. His aura suddenly increased, and Zhao Lingfeng and the other 2 could not help but take a step back. Even someone as strong as Zhao Lingfeng could not help but take a step back. He felt as if a mountain was rushing toward him, and his body moved even without thinking, sensing danger. Chu Li smiled. How is it? That's amazing. Hu Tianlai looked at Chu Li and shook his head. You become so much stronger all of a sudden. It's like you're a different person. Can your pseudo-death technique increase your cultivation level? Chu Li shook his head. It's all thanks to the sect leader's spirit pill. Maybe I was just a step away from breaking through, but the sect leader's spirit pill helped me break through the bottleneck. Hearing Hu Qiao say that it was like he was a different person, he did not panic at all and was very confident. This time, other than leaving a huge impression on everyone that he had sacrificed for the sect, his fake death had also solidified his identity. He had maintained Wu Yuanxi's appearance, and he was definitely the real Wu Yuanxi. He was not faking it with some strange technique. I see, Hu Tianlai praised. Yuanxi, your luck is really good. Even I am jealous. It was clearly a disaster, but in the end, it turned out to be a good thing. Zhao Lingfeng smiled and nodded. Chu Li gave a fist salute and bowed respectfully. Thank you, sect leader. Compared to your sacrifice, 1-3 divine pill is nothing. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head and smiled. Hu Tianlai laughed. Sect leader, how about giving me a 3 goddan? In your dreams, Zhao Lingfeng said with a smile. When he saw that Chu Li had woken up, he felt his body lighten as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Hu Tianlai said, this triple divine pill is a spirit pill that only the sect leader can possess. It's not easy to refine, and every sect leader only has one. Yuanxi, if you eat it, the sect leader will be gone. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head and said, forget it. Everyone is waiting for you outside. Go take a look. Chu Li floated lightly into the air and stepped into the courtyard. He gave a fist salute and bowed solemnly. Greetings, elders. When the elders saw that he was in high spirits, they immediately smiled and returned the greeting. Thank you, elders, for worrying me. Chu Li smiled. One of the elders stroked his beard and smiled. All right, Yuanxi, we won't forget your contribution to the sect. Chu Li smiled. This is only natural. Elders, please don't spoil me. Everyone laughed, fists saluted, and fluttered away. The courtyard became quiet again. Zhao Lingfeng and Hu Tianlai came out of the house and looked at him. When they saw that his eyes were bright and his aura was so strong that they could not breathe, they shook their heads and laughed. This young man's luck was really out of this world. As a sect leader, if he could have such good luck, the Flying Heaven sect would also have such good luck. It would be a blessing. Zhao Lingfeng said gently, rest well for a while. Don't go out for now. I understand. Chu Li nodded. Hu Tianlai winked at him and looked into the house. He chuckled. Treat Miss Qin well. She's very sad to see that you're not doing well. Don't hurt her feelings. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Zhao Lingfeng and Hu Tianlai stepped out of the courtyard and disappeared. Qin Mingyan walked out of the living room and into the courtyard. Her eyes were still red and swollen, and she was too embarrassed to look at Chu Li. She lowered her head and said, Big Brother Wu, since you're awake, rest well. I'll go back first. Chu Li said, Miss Qin, thank you. Qin Mingyan was a little unhappy when she heard his thanks. It was obvious that he was treating her like an outsider. She said calmly, Congratulations on your great improvement in martial arts, Big Brother Wu. Goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into a shadow and disappeared. The air in the courtyard was especially fresh after being washed by the heavy rain, and the fragrance on her body was especially clear. Chu Li shook his head and sighed as he watched her leave. A beauty's kindness was the hardest to bear. He was such a jerk. Unfortunately, for her sake, he could not return her true feelings. Otherwise, she would fall deeper and deeper, and in the end, she would suffer even more. He suddenly disappeared in a flash and appeared at the foot of the mountain of the Sword Demon sect. He had already changed his appearance. He had a mediocre face and a medium build. He would disappear immediately if he was thrown into a crowd. Morong Cho could be considered his savior. Even though they were friends and there was no need for him to thank him, he still had to meet him. He was no longer afraid of the heavenly devil Chinquan lock. The heavenly devil Chinquan lock had been broken by him, and it could no longer be used on him. The pure spiritual chi of the upper heaven had endless magical effects, and it could dispel the heavenly devil, Lock. He activated the small sword in his arms, and Murong Cho appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. He widened his eyes and looked at him in shock. Li smiled and said, "Let's talk inside." Murong Cho immediately knew who he was and laughed. He pulled his sleeve, and the two disappeared in a flash. The next moment, they appeared in Murong Cho's courtyard. Murong Cho quickly looked at him and asked him how he came back to life. Li told him everything that had happened. Murong Cho could not stop shaking his head. He slammed the table and shook his head disapprovingly. "You're really stupid. How could you do such a thing?" Li said, "As a disciple of the sect, it's my duty. Do you know that if I was one step late and sneezed, your head would have been removed? You'd definitely die." Murong Cho scoffed. "Can you still come back with your head removed?" Li shook his head. "Sigh, look at you, you're really—" Murong Cho was very disapproving and wanted to scold him. Li smiled. "Aren't I alive now? It was a blessing in disguise. I received a spirit pill from the sect leader, and my cultivation level improved greatly. You're no match for me now." Murong Cho nodded. "That's right. You're not that much stronger." Li smiled. "With my current martial arts, I'm not afraid of being surrounded by the elders of the Profound Heart sect." Chapter 2141. Li waved his hand. "Forget it. I just resolved my grudge with the Profound Heart sect. It's better to rest." The Profound Heart sect really let it go? Murong Cho stared at him suspiciously. He leaned forward and sized him up as if trying to see if he was telling the truth. "It can't be, right? The Profound Heart sect is very vengeful." That was the condition. "I think sect leader Huang will not go back on his words." Li smiled. "Sect leader Huang and sect leader Huang are old friends. There are also some other exchanges of benefits. If we can avoid fighting, we will. The Profound Heart sect is actually afraid too. They lost many elders." "Ha, they all died in our hands," Murong Cho said proudly. "But now that your martial arts has improved, why don't you just stay here and not harm your opponents? There's still the Sky Wind sect." Li said, "Brother Murong, you don't have any grudges with the Sky Wind sect?" "I'm bored," Murong Cho said. Li shook his head. "Forget it. Brother Murong, go cultivate in isolation. You're much weaker than me now," he said as he released his aura. Murong Cho instantly leaned back and almost fell. He slid outwards as if he stepped on ice and was pushed. He could not help but take 10 steps back before he stopped. He stared at Li with wide eyes. He knew that Li had improved, but he thought it was only one level. After all, at their level, it was extremely difficult to improve. Every little improvement was extremely rare. He did not expect Li to improve so much. It was as if he had improved several times in an instant. It felt like he had no power to resist. "That's great, Elder Wu. How did you do it?" Murong Cho quickly returned to the table and looked at him fiercely. Li showed a proud expression. "Coming back from the dead, I have a deeper understanding of the world. My heart technique understanding has increased. Also, with the help of the sect leader's 3 divine pills, I reached this level." 3 divine pills. Murong Cho exclaimed. "Sect leader Zhao is really generous." Li smiled and nodded. "Brother Murong, if you don't cultivate in isolation, you will not be my opponent." "All right, I will cultivate in isolation." Murong Cho scoffed. "I don't believe I can't catch up to you. But I practiced the sword, and it will be even more difficult in the later stages. I don't have your luck to consume the 3 divine pills, and it will take a while." Li smiled. "We'll see in a year." "No problem." Murong Cho snorted. Thinking of this, he stood up and said, "Then leave quickly. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. I can't waste any time." Li smiled and gave a fist salute. "Then I wish Brother Murong a smooth, isolated cultivation and hope that you can catch up to me." "Don't worry, I will definitely catch up to you." Murong Cho curled his lips and waved his hand. "You may leave." Li smiled as he took a step forward and disappeared before his eyes. When Li arrived at the sect leader's basilica, he saw Zhao Lingfeng standing in front of the window with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhao Lingfeng was staring out of the window motionlessly, so Chu Li gave him a fist salute. Sect leader. All right, come and sit down. Zhao Lingfeng waved his hand. Chu Li approached them and sat down on an armchair. Zhao Lingfeng sat down as well and sighed. The crisis this time has been averted. Chu Li asked, Sect leader, do you mean that it's not completely removed? Didn't Sect leader Huang say that? Sect leader Huang represents the profound heart sect. They won't pursue the matter and won't start a war with us. But that doesn't mean that everything will be fine for us. There's still the Tianfeng sect, Zhao Lingfeng said slowly. Chu Li asked, the Tianfeng sect still won't let it go. Yes, they are very stubborn. Zhao Lingfeng sighed. Start a war with the Tianfeng sect? Chu Li frowned. We can't start a war now. Yes, that's why we have to think of a way. The Azura that we mentioned last time. How confident are you? Zhao Lingfeng nodded. Chu Li answered, 60%. Now that his cosmic insight technique was stronger, he was even more certain of his previous judgment. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was the Azura. 60% was just a humble statement, just in case there was an accident and he guessed wrong. Zhao Lingfeng said, all right. Chu Li said, do you want the Tianfeng sect to reveal this secret? Kill the Tianfeng sect with a borrowed knife? Zhao Lingfeng smiled, satisfied with Chu Li's quick response. He sighed. This sect leader Su still wants to destroy the Flying Heaven sect. We need to think of a way to get rid of him, or else he'll keep bothering us. Chu Li said, if the current sect leader dies, will the next sect leader still act like this? Not necessarily. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. This sect leader Su suffered at our hands in the past, so he can't forget about it. If it's another sect leader, I'm afraid he won't hold such a grudge. Chu Li smiled. That won't be difficult. If it really doesn't work, I'll just assassinate him myself. Can you kill sect leader Su now? Zhao Lingfeng looked him up and down, then shook his head and said, your current cultivation is indeed shocking, but a higher cultivation might not necessarily be able to defeat him. His techniques are more exquisite, and he has more treasures protecting him. You must not be careless. Understood. Chu Li nodded. What should I do? I'm going to find a way to leak the information to sect leader Su, Zhao Lingfeng said. Chu Li said, sect leader, I want to go to the Grandmaster's realm. Zhao Lingfeng frowned. It's too dangerous. Your current cultivation level is higher than mine, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want in the Grandmaster's realm. The masters there are much stronger. Chu Li shook his head. Let's not talk about finding out more about the Grandmaster's realm, so that we can make our move in the future. More importantly, I want to continue improving my cultivation level. It's best to go to the Grandmaster's realm. There are countless mysterious studies in the Grandmaster's realm. If I can integrate some of them into the Flying Heaven sect's martial arts and improve the Flying Heaven sect's martial arts, that would be the best. Just like the fake death technique this time, we don't have it in the heavenly demonic realm. Yes, the Grandmaster's martial arts are more abundant. Zhao Lingfeng nodded. In comparison, the heavenly demonic realm's martial arts are more monotonous. It's pure but not exquisite. It's great that you have such an idea, but unfortunately, you don't have the Earth Demonic Stone. He wanted Chu Li to return to the Grandmaster's realm because he had the Earth Demonic Stone to conceal his aura. Without the Earth Demonic Stone, it would be dangerous to return to the Grandmaster's realm. Especially with his cultivation level, it would be easy for the Heaven-Shaking Tower to predict him. The higher one's cultivation level, the harder it was to hide in the Grandmaster's realm. Wu Yuanxi could do it before, but not now. He needed the Earth Demonic Stone, or else he would never be able to enter the Grandmaster's realm. I want to get it back myself, Chu Li said. If I continue to investigate, there will be a way. Zhao Lingfeng sighed. You still haven't given up. Chu Li nodded. All right, up to you, Zhao Lingfeng said. With your current cultivation level, you'll be able to escape if you're careful. Go. Chu Li stood up, fist saluted, and turned to leave. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head and smiled. This Wu Yuanxi now had the intention of becoming the sect leader. He wanted to integrate the Grandmaster's martial arts into the Flying Heaven sect and improve the Flying Heaven sect's martial arts standard. He had the entire sect in mind and was quite bold. Hopefully, his good luck would always be with him and nothing would happen to him. That would be the Flying Heaven sect's fortune. The next moment, Chuli appeared in Green Creek. He entered Green Sun Town and found an inn to stay in. Chapter 2142. Sitting in the restaurant in front of the inn, Chuli ordered a pot of wine and 4 dishes. He sat in front of the window, drinking and eating. From time to time, he would look out of the window at the bustling pedestrians on the street below, exuding a carefree feeling. As he drank, he watched the people downstairs. He had been using the Clad slashing power and dared not use any other martial arts. At the same time, the life and death scripture was also being used. The pure and clean spiritual energy continuously flowed from the nirvana wheel into his body and was converted into the Clad slashing power. The Clad slashing power that was converted from the upper heaven was different from the previous one. It could drill into the ground from under his feet and circulate freely within a radius of 100 meters. It was truly amazing. On the other hand, after drilling into the ground, the Clad slashing power would not be consumed and would not diminish when it returned to the body. It was as if it was circulating within the body, forming a great circulatory cycle inside and outside of the body. Chuli was immersed in this wonderful feeling. He used the omniscient mirror to observe the entire Green Sun Town and soon found the E-residence. The entire E-residence was under his observation. The E-residence was protected by a formation. Some places could not be observed. Chuli shook his head. This one was too far away from the E-residence. He needed to find another place. Unfortunately, the E-residence was located far away from the inn. No, it was more than 100 meters away from the E-residence. He thought about it and quickly finished his food and wine. He strolled down the stairs and walked through the bustling crowd along the street. He was touched by the noise around him. He had been living in the Flying Heaven sect. Compared to the rich life in the city, the Flying Heaven sect was too monotonous and boring. He walked halfway through the main street and turned north into an alley. He continued walking and turned east. The alley that he walked into was 2 alleys away from the E-residence. It seemed like the distance was very far, but he could not reach it no matter how hard he tried. It was already under the control of the Clad slashing power. He suddenly stopped and sat on a stone block beside the greenstone alley. He seemed to be taking a breather as he observed everyone in the E-residence in his mind. Finally, his eyes stopped on a young man. This young man looked similar to I Ching Song, but his body was thin and weak. His cultivation level was extremely weak. He looked like he could not withstand a gust of wind and would fall at the slightest touch. He did not have any vigor. This young man was sitting in his own courtyard, basking in the sun. In his hand was a scroll, and he was reading it with great interest. With one look, one could tell that he loved literature and hated martial arts. He didn't want to cultivate, and he didn't have the talent for it. Compared to I Ching Song's talent, it was like heaven and earth. Chuli had already seen through his thoughts and knew his identity. I Ching Shi was I Ching Song's younger brother. They had the same father, but different mothers. He had a close relationship with I Ching Song, but when I Ching Song left the E-residence to cultivate in the Great Dream Sect, he could not join the Great Dream Sect due to his limited potential. This intensified his hatred for Kung Fu. He didn't want to practice at all and only wanted to read. Immersing himself in the world of books was the most wonderful thing. He could forget all his worries and pain, and he didn't need to think about his mother's death or think about avenging his mother. After a long time, he sighed and threw the book in his hand away. He raised his head and looked at the sunset in the sky. The rosy clouds in the sky reflected his blank gaze, and his face was gloomy as if he had nothing to live for. Chuli raised his eyebrows and felt that this was a suitable person. Just like Deng Sun back then, he captured him into the sect and let the people from the Dark Hall watch over him. Then, he would clone himself as I Ching Shi and stay for a few days before going to the Great Dream Sect. He didn't rush into action and return to the inn first. Then, in the inn or when he was playing in the city, he paid attention to this I Ching Shi all the time. He experienced his every move and slowly transformed himself into I Ching Shi. He learned all of his feelings and thoughts, and from then on, completely transformed into I Ching Shi. 2 days later, he seized the opportunity when I Ching Shi left the I residence and went to a nearby restaurant to subdue him in a flash. He sent him to the Flying Heaven sect and handed the unconscious I Ching Shi to Hu Tianlai. Then, he transformed into I Ching Shi and appeared in that restaurant. He sat in front of the window and stared at the sunset in a daze. The next morning, he came out of I Ching Shi's house and went to the main hall to meet the I family's ancestor, the old lady. He reported that he wanted to go to the Great Dream sect to see his second brother, I Ching Song, as he had not seen him for a long time and missed him. The old lady of the I family had white hair and a ruddy complexion. She looked at him kindly as she leaned on her dragon-headed walking stick. All right. Since little Ching Shi wants to go, then go and see Ching Song. Let's see if he's eating well there and if he's suffering. Ancestor, I don't want protectors. Chu Li said, I want to walk freely without anyone knowing. How can that be? Old lady, he shook her head. It's too dangerous. Ancestor, the Yi family doesn't have any enemies. What's there to worry about? Chu Li smiled. Moreover, we won't attract attention if we don't have any protectors. Having protectors will only make things worse. That's true. Old lady, he nodded lightly. All right, we'll do as you say. Little Ching Shi, go and come back soon. Yes, ancestor. Chu Li gave a fist salute and bowed solemnly. I'll leave now. Go. Old lady, he chuckled and waved her hand. Once Chu Li left the main hall, Elder, he gave an old man beside her a look. The old man nodded lightly and left. Soon, he found 4 other old men and asked them to follow Chu Li. They were not allowed to show themselves and were to protect him in secret. Chu Li transformed into a middle-aged man and slowly walked out of the Yi residence. Suddenly, he leisurely walked out of the city and circled around the city twice. Then, he walked out from the north gate and entered a forest. Then, he started walking in circles and finally headed south. Of course, he knew about the 4 elders behind him. However, he pretended not to know and kept walking towards the Great Dream sect. At the foot of the mountain of the Great Dream sect, Chu Li transformed into I Ching Shi's appearance. He gave a fist salute to the 2 young men who suddenly appeared. I'm I Ching Shi, I Ching Song's younger brother. I'd like to meet my elder brother. Please wait, the 2 young disciples said in a deep voice. The 2 of them turned around and entered the formation. After 15 minutes, they appeared again and shook their heads. Junior brother, E, is cultivating in isolation. He can't meet anyone. Please leave. Chu Li frowned. When will my second brother come out? I don't know. The 2 of them shook their heads. They did not pretend to be polite because he was I Ching Song's younger brother. They looked at him calmly and coldly. Chu Li did not give up. Should I go in and wait for my second brother? Please. The 2 of them nodded. They did not say anything earlier because they did not want him to enter the sect. However, since Chu Li suggested it, they had no choice but to agree. They were extremely jealous of I Ching Song who had just entered the sect. They were also God's favored ones with extremely high aptitude. Those who could enter the Great Dream sect were all God's favored ones with high aptitude. However, they were initially enthusiastic and thought that they could soar to the sky and no one could surpass them. In the end, they met a freak like I Ching Song who pressured them to the point that they could not breathe and were dull like idiots. Naturally, they did not have a good attitude towards I Ching Shi. They were already very restrained by not looking for trouble because they were from the same sect. Chu Li smiled and followed the 2 into the Great Dream sect. Chapter 2143. As soon as Chu Li stepped into the formation, he was greeted by a stone path. Suddenly, his surroundings tightened and he felt his breath stagnate. He could not circulate his inner energy. He could have continued to circulate his energy to recover, but he resisted the urge and stopped circulating his inner energy. The 2 young disciples stared at his face and nodded. They turned around and continued to lead the way. This step was to verify his identity by using the power of the formation to restrict the flow of inner energy. If he used the heavenly demonic power to change his appearance, his original appearance would be revealed. Chu Li's heavenly demonic power was different from the heavenly demonic realm, or else he would not have been able to hide. The two disciples brought him to a forest and stopped in a small courtyard. They told him to call for help if he needed anything, as there were servants in the sect. Chu Li sat in the courtyard and used the omniscient mirror to observe the surroundings. He could see the entire Great Dream sect and even a wooden house in the forest far away. He saw Feng Changsheng cultivating in a house. Chu Li smiled. It was crucial to get the Earth Demon Stone this time. If he could not get it, it would be difficult for him to succeed. The Great Dream sect would be cautious and would not give him another chance. He used the omniscient mirror to observe I Ching Song's location. I Ching Song was cultivating in his own courtyard, and there were two old men guarding him in the courtyard. White steam was rising from his head. I Ching Song was obviously in a critical moment. Compared to the last time they met, he had improved a level. The speed of his improvement surprised even Chu Li. Although it was not as fast as when he broke through to the next level, it was faster than his usual improvement speed. It seemed like he had great aptitude. If he was allowed to grow, Chu Li would not be his match. Could it be that the Great Dream sect wanted to train him to be the next sect leader? It was hard to say whether he would be a sharp blade or the next sect leader. If he could destroy the Azura realm, he would not be stingy with the position of sect leader. As long as he became the sect leader, he would not have to worry about not dealing with Azura. Chu Li shook his head and looked away. He guessed that I Ching Song was about to come out. This kind of rapid cultivation could easily cause him to go astray. He seemed to be exhausted and needed enough rest. He would probably come out soon. Chu Li stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. After some thought, he began to grind the ink and wrote a piece of paper. Then, he called over a chores disciple and instructed him. This letter is for my second brother, I Ching Song. Give it to him once he's out of isolated cultivation. I won't be staying here any longer. Yes. This odd job disciple had a handsome face and seemed to be talented, but he was not qualified to become a disciple of the Great Dream Clan. If he could stay in the Great Dream Clan long enough, he could become a registered disciple and cultivate. So all these labor disciples were loyal, devoted, and completely sincere. They didn't have any selfish or distracting thoughts. Chu Li turned around and walked out. No one stopped him. He slowly left the Big Dream faction. It was already late at night. The Big Dream faction was brightly lit, but there was no moon in the sky. When he stepped out of the Big Dream faction, he could not even see his own fingers. It was pitch black. He tiptoed into the forest at the side, avoiding the four elders who were secretly protecting them. They were meditating on the mountain and did not expect Chu Li to leave that night. They thought he would stay for a few days. Chu Li passed through the forest silently, then stepped onto a large road and walked slowly. Early the next morning, he was resting in a forest. While he was having a barbecue, I Ching Song appeared. Chu Li looked up at him and smiled. Second brother. I Ching Song snorted with a sullen face. Why are you here? I was bored, so I came to take a look. Chu Li rotated the barbecue. It was golden in color, and the aroma was tempting. He passed a skewer to I Ching Song and said, Second brother, have a bite? I Ching Song took it and took a bite. He said, It's dangerous outside. You shouldn't have come out. I came here secretly too. I'll be punished if I go back. Did anything happen at home? Chu Li shook his head. No, it's very peaceful and boring. Could it be that this I Ching Song was not an imposter, but the real I Ching Song and not an Azura? After saying these few sentences, I Ching Song's acting was so good that no one could see through his disguise. Hence, a strand of cloud slashing power approached him soundlessly and lightly pierced his legs. With a whoosh, it entered his body. I Ching Song felt two needles piercing his feet. He was shocked and leaped into the air. However, Chu Li had already used his inner energy to probe the condition of his body. He felt a hint of coldness and bloodlust. As expected of an Azura, his guess was right, his intuition was accurate. This was an Azura who could cultivate the heavenly demonic power. Chu Li said, "Second brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing." I Ching Song turned his head and looked around. His face became serious. He said slowly, "You go first." Chu Li smiled. "I haven't eaten yet. I'll only have the energy to leave when I'm full." "Second brother, you should eat too. Let me tell you about the situation at home. Third sister has a crush and wants to marry him." "Okay." I Ching Song answered absent-mindedly. His mind was still wandering around. He felt that something was not right. The two needles just now were not an illusion. Someone must be hiding in the dark and ready to attack at any time. Chu Li said, "Unfortunately, I don't think that guy is good enough for third sister." "Don't worry so much." I Ching Song said, "as long as third sister is willing." Chu Li shook his head. Third sister has been blinded by love. Her usual wisdom is nowhere to be seen. It's really worrying. That guy is still treating her like a treasure. I Ching Song sat down and ate another mouthful of barbecue. His eyes were like cold stars under the light of the bonfire. Chu Li suddenly stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the acupuncture point on I Ching Song's chest. I Ching Song was stunned and looked at him in surprise. He did not expect Chu Li to suddenly attack. Even if he did, he could not avoid it. This attack was formed by the flying demonic claw. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. He widened his eyes and did not move. Chu Li's palm had sealed all the acupuncture points on his body. Although his heavenly demonic power had improved by leaps and bounds, it was still far from what Chu Li could compare to. He was almost defenseless. Chu Li sighed. "I'm really sorry. Who are you?" I Ching Song asked in a low voice. Chu Li said, "I'm I Ching Shi. You're an imposter. Where's my second brother?" I Ching Song said, "I'm I Ching Song." Chu Li shook his head and reached out to break the thin rope on his neck. He took out a small stone the size of a thumb and stuffed it into his arms. A shocking chill and killing intent suddenly surged. I Ching Song's face became gloomier. "What are you trying to do?" Chu Li said, "You really have something on you that can suppress your aura. But it's okay. I can see your real face." Right after he said that, he lightly tapped his palm twice and completely sealed the flow of I Ching Song's inner energy. His face changed and quickly turned into another person. He was older and skinnier. It was as if only his muscles and bones were left. His eyes were long and narrow. It was obvious that he was an Azura. Chu Li had killed too many Azuras. The Azura in front of him was no different from the others. He would not attract any attention among the Azuras. Chu Li really did not know how the Great Dream sect found him. "You know you're in big trouble," I Ching Song said slowly. Chapter 2144. Chu Li scoffed. "What is the Great Dream sect doing? If they know that you're pretending to be my second brother, then where's my second brother?" "You can ask the Great Dream sect," I Ching Song said coldly. "It's best if you return the stone to me and pretend nothing happened. Go back and don't cause trouble for the Yi family." Chu Li asked, "What kind of stone is this? Why can it suppress your force?" "You don't need to know," I Ching Song said. Chu Li shook his head. "It must be a treasure. Naturally, I can't return it to you. Where did you get it from?" "I'll go get two more." "What do you want this for?" I Ching Song frowned. Chu Li replied, "I have my own uses for it. Where else would I get it?" "I don't know." I Ching Song shook his head and said, "It's a gift from the Great Dream sect. I advise you to return the stone and go home obediently. If you do that, I can show you mercy and help you hide the truth. Otherwise, just wait for your death." Chu Li chuckled. "Let's see who dies first. Say, if I kill you now and go back quietly, who would know that I killed you? You can't hide from the Great Dream martial school." I Ching Song said indifferently. "Think about it. What did they rely on to become famous? They will definitely be able to deduce the life and death of an important person like me. You can't escape. How about this? Let's make a deal." Chu Li said, "You swear to shut up and forget about this. Then, I'll let you go and you'll say that you accidentally lost the stone. How about that?" "Impossible." I Ching Song shook his head. "We can't hide it from the Great Dream School." Chu Li said, Looks like you don't want to live anymore. You're not afraid of death. I'm impressed. If you kill me, you'll definitely die, I Ching Song said. Chu Li scoffed. If you live, I'll definitely die. Let's see who dies first. I Ching Song stared at him. After a while, he took a deep breath and said slowly, Okay, I promise you. It is better for us to live in peace. Anyway, the great dream house will give me more treasures. At most, I will be reprimanded. That's good. Chu Li smiled. Come, who do you want to swear to? Azura, deity king, I Ching Song slowly said. Chu Li's smile widened. It seemed like I Ching Song was sincerely cooperating with him. Otherwise, he could have pretended to be a heavenly demon and swore to the demon god. Naturally, it would have been useless. I Ching Song swore an oath that he would never tell anyone about what happened today. He would pretend that he had never seen I Ching Shi before and that he would never seek revenge. Then, he looked at Chu Li calmly, wanting to see if Chu Li would keep his promise. Chu Li scoffed. My second brother really isn't dead, right? No. I Ching Song humphed and said, Stay in the big dream sect. Stay with your uncle. Chu Li nodded slowly. Then I'm relieved. I don't have any grudges against you. As he spoke, he lightly patted I Ching Song's shoulder and unsealed his acupoint. I Ching Song slowly moved his body and looked at Chu Li in amazement. He could feel how pure Chu Li's inner energy was. Compared to Chu Li's, his inner energy was like water hitting a rock. There was no power to speak of. He had also lost the intention to cause trouble for Chu Li. It was already a miracle that he was able to survive today. Although he was an Azura and could not be killed, it was not worth it to really die. Moreover, I Ching Shi could escape right in front of his eyes, but he could not escape the big dream sect pursuit. Even if Chu Li did not reveal his identity, the big dream sect will be able to find out based on their abilities. It would be difficult for him to escape. He would just let him live for a while longer. Chu Li smiled and said, See you again. It's best if we don't meet again. I Ching Song scoffed and turned to flutter away. Chu Li let out a sigh of relief and suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, he appeared in Green Sun Town. After staying in the inn for a while, he suddenly flashed and appeared in the Flying Heaven sect. He sent the original I Ching Shi back to Green Sun Town and then returned to the Flying Heaven sect. He went straight to the sect leader's basilica and called out, Sect leader! Zhao Lingfeng's voice was heard from the basilica. Yuan Si, come in. Chu Li took one step to the door and another step into the basilica. He saw Zhao Lingfeng and another graceful woman sitting in two armchairs opposite each other, looking calm and composed. Chu Li quickly glanced at the apricot yellow woman and saw her face. He hesitated for a moment before looking at Zhao Lingfeng. Sect leader? This is Yuan Si. Zhao Lingfeng turned to smile at the woman in yellow. You met her before. Chu Li said, Greetings, sect leader Huang. Huang Tianyi quietly looked at him and nodded. You've really come back to life. Good move. Chu Li smiled and did not say anything. Zhao Lingfeng said, Follow me. Chu Li gave Huang Tianyi a fist salute and disappeared from the basilica with Zhao Lingfeng. The next moment, they appeared in his courtyard. Chu Li took out the Earth Demon Stone and handed it over. Zhao Lingfeng looked at it and took it to examine it. Is this the Earth Demon Stone? He had seen the Earth Demon Stone before, but it was in a hurry and he did not take a good look at it. Now that he saw it again, he could tell that it was the same Earth Demon Stone that Feng Changsheng had. How did you get it? Zhao Lingfeng asked. Chu Li smiled. I pretended to be I Ching Shi and lured I Ching Song out of the sect. Then, I restrained him and obtained this. I Ching Song really is an Azura. Zhao Lingfeng was stunned and his expression changed. Really? Chu Li nodded. This time, I have no doubt about it. Good, good. Zhao Lingfeng walked back and forth and punched his palm. He said excitedly, Finally, this Azura has appeared. Chu Li said, The Dream Sect is very concerned about him. I don't know if they can find out that I have the Earth Demon Stone, or if it will cause trouble for our sect. Don't worry. Zhao Lingfeng passed the Earth Demon Stone to Chu Li and gestured for him to hide it. He said, "With the Earth Demon Stone, you can suppress your aura and suppress your deduction. No matter how powerful the Dream Sect is, they won't be able to pin it on you." Chu Li sighed in relief. "I was really worried that the Dream Sect would find me." Zhao Lingfeng said, "With this, you can go to the Grandmaster's realm." Chu Li smiled. "When do I leave? Since you have the Earth Demon Stone, you should leave as soon as possible. I will write a letter now. You go to the town of 10,000 swords to look for him." "Yes." Chu Li closed fist saluted. Zhao Lingfeng went to his house while Chu Li grinded some ink. Zhao Lingfeng's brush moved like a dragon and a snake, and he wrote a letter in one go. He blew on the ink and put it in an envelope. He passed it to Chu Li. "Take this and look for Zhu Lungying in the town of 10,000 swords. He is a disciple of the Dream Sect." Chu Li asked, "Will he know that I have the Earth Demon Stone?" Zhao Lingfeng smiled. "I have already told him in the letter. He will understand." "Won't he tell the Dream Sect?" Chu Li was surprised. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. "He won't. Don't worry. He won't harm you." Chu Li breathed a sigh of relief and took the letter. "I will go then." "Don't stay too long," Zhao Lingfeng said. "You can use the name Zhao Zhongling for no more than 3 years." "Yes." Chu Li closed fist saluted and turned to look at his courtyard. "Also, you should talk to Miss Qin," Zhao Lingfeng said. "Don't let her down. A girl's heart is the most precious thing." Chu Li nodded. Go, go." Zhao Lingfeng smiled. "Be careful. If things don't work out, come back. Don't be greedy." Chapter 21:45. Chu Li stood at the foot of the Dancing Butterfly Sect's mountain and stared at the majestic mountain quietly, with a frown on his face. He had the guts to face more than 10 profound Heart Sect elders, but he did not dare to face Qin Mingyun alone. He always felt that he did not have enough confidence, and it was difficult for him to accept her friendship. It would be best if they could just be friends. It was a pity that the world did not work according to his will. He wanted to be like this, but others might not. Qin Mingyun suddenly appeared in front of him. She was still dressed in a light green gown that fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face was faintly discernible. She pursed her delicate snow-white lips and stared at him with her bright eyes. "Big Brother Wu." Chu Li smiled and said, "Miss Qin, I'm going into isolated cultivation for a while." Big Brother Wu still needs to go into seclusion? Qin Mingyun was surprised. From her point of view, Chu Li's martial arts was already strong enough. Even if he was not invincible, there were not many people in the world who could defeat him. All he needed to do was to slowly accumulate his strength, and there was no need for him to be brave and diligent. Chu Li said, "Since I made a breakthrough in my skills, I'll need to polish it properly. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to stabilize it. Miss Qin, you should also go into isolated cultivation. You need to calm down before you can cultivate the cloud-slashing power." "How long will Big Brother Wu be in seclusion?" Qin Mingyun asked. Chu Li muttered, "It'll take at least a year, maybe even longer." Qin Mingyun frowned and stared at him. Chu Li said, "If I come out of isolated cultivation halfway, I'll naturally come to see you, Miss Qin." "Yes." Qin Mingyun nodded lightly and said, "That's good. I will also go into seclusion." Chu Li smiled. "Then let's see who will gain more." "All right." Qin Mingyun chuckled. "It seems like Murong Cho has also started his closed-door training and was provoked by Big Brother Wu." "Him?" Chu Li nodded. "That's true. He can't wait to surpass me in one go. However, I achieved it through a fortuitous encounter. It's like a gift from the heavens. He won't be able to do it unless he's as lucky." Qin Mingyun said, "Murong Chao's luck is also extremely good." Chu Li said, "If he comes again, it's better for you to avoid him. Don't lower yourself to his level." "He seems to have stopped," Qin Mingyun said. She could see that Murong Cho was retreating because of Wu Yuanci, as if he did not want to compete with Wu Yuanci. This made her heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if she really fought with Murong Cho, even if she had the cloud-slashing power, she might not be able to win. Chu Li gave a fist salute. "I shall take my leave then. Big Brother Wu, don't you want to go in and sit?" Qin Mingyun looked at him reluctantly. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Right, I want to know how exactly did they deduce our whereabouts? Chu Li pondered and said, the whereabouts of the heavenly demons can always be deduced by the heaven-shaking tower of the Grandmaster realm. There must be a reason, right? This, Qin Mingyun muttered. I don't know either. I'll go ask Master. Master will definitely know. Big Brother Wu, you should go inside and take a seat. Chu Li hesitated for a moment before he smiled and nodded. All right. This was also one of the reasons why he came to the heavenly demon realm. If he could find the source and sense the heavenly demon from the stargazing pavilion in the lower realm, then he would not have come in vain. Otherwise, the lower realm would still be troubled by the heavenly demon and be in a mess, which was really unbearable. He and Qin Mingyun suddenly disappeared and appeared in Qin Mingyun's courtyard in the next moment. Qin Mingyun smiled sweetly and left the courtyard. Chu Li sat down and poured himself a cup of tea before he took a sip. The courtyard was quiet and elegant. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. It was not strong, but it was refreshing and could make one's heart beat faster. Chu Li had just taken 2 sips of tea when Qin Mingyun walked over gracefully and sat opposite him with a refreshing fragrance. She shook her head and sighed. Master said that the heavenly demons are invisible and formless. It's extremely difficult to sense us. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and smiled. If that's the case, the heaven-shaking tower can't do anything about it. I don't think so. Qin Mingyun said, the heaven-shaking tower can sense us because of the general trend of the world. They have a clear understanding of the general trend of the world. If the heavenly demons are strong enough, they can stir up changes in the general trend of the world and be sensed by the heaven-shaking tower. If the heavenly demons enter the Grandmaster realm and hibernate without doing anything, doesn't that mean they can't sense us? Chu Li asked. Qin Mingyun shook her head. As long as they're strong enough, their existence will affect the general trend of the world. They're just hiding it. The heaven-shaking tower is best at predicting these hidden trends, so it's easy for them to predict them. If that's the case, they can predict me if I go to the Grandmaster realm? Chu Li asked. That's for sure. Qin Mingyun quickly said, Big Brother Wu, now that your cultivation level has improved greatly, you're no longer the same as before. You can't go to the Grandmaster realm anymore. Chu Li asked, what if I have a treasure that can conceal my energy? You can't hide it from them, Qin Mingyun said. They can predict where you are. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. I see. Big Brother Wu, you mustn't go to the Grandmaster realm, Qin Mingyun quickly said. She stared at Chu Li with her bright eyes and had an ominous feeling. Perhaps his isolated cultivation was just an excuse to go to the Grandmaster realm. He had been there before, so it would be easier for him to go there again. Chu Li said, looks like it's not easy for us heavenly demons. Is the Great Dream sect helpless against the heaven-shaking tower? He realized that Qin Mingyun was really smart. She had guessed his intention in an instant. It was obvious that he could no longer hide it from her, and it was not appropriate for him to lie anymore. The Great Dream sect has a treasure that can restrain the heaven-shaking tower's prediction, Qin Mingyun said. Chu Li took out the Earth Demon Stone and handed it to Qin Mingyun. This is the treasure of the Great Dream sect. Qin Mingyun took the Earth Demon Stone in shock. She looked at it and sensed it. Indeed, she felt a strange energy. She said in surprise, could it be an Earth Demon Stone? Chu Li nodded. If we have this, we won't have to worry about being found by the heaven-shaking tower. Qin Mingyun nodded. Chu Li smiled. That's good. Qin Mingyun frowned. Big Brother Wu, be careful. Don't rely on it too much. What if the heaven-shaking tower really has a way? With the Earth Demon Stone and Big Brother Wu's ability, there was really no danger. It would be fine as long as he did not fight with the top masters in the Grandmaster realm. Unfortunately, his martial arts was stronger, so he could be easily sensed. He could not go to the Grandmaster realm. Chu Li said, if that's the case, I'll take my leave. It seemed like he could only use the heaven-shaking tower's method to sense the heavenly demons. It would depend on the stargazing pavilion's ability. Big Brother Wu, when will you return? Qin Mingyun asked. Chu Li shook his head. It'll be a year at least, or 3 years at most. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Qi Mingyu nodded. Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. Then, he suddenly disappeared. Qi Mingyun sighed and shook her head. She was melancholic and lonely. The next moment, Chu Li appeared outside the Sword Demon sect. He held a letter in his hand and handed it to two young disciples. He smiled and asked them to pass it to Morong Cho. He told Morong Cho in the letter that he would be going to the Grandmaster realm and would not be back for a while. Then he left the Beyond Heaven's realm with the letter in hand and headed towards the Beyond Heaven's realm. Chapter 2146. When he arrived at the Grandmaster's boundary, he did not feel any sense of familiarity. In terms of familiarity, the heavenly demonic boundary made him feel closer because the people were more simple. Although the sects were also concerned about benefits, they were not as utilitarian and indifferent. On the other hand, the Grandmaster's boundary seemed prosperous and lively, but the people were cold and had lost their simplicity. Chu Li only felt cold and did not have a sense of belonging. If it was not to save the lower realm and to fulfill his promise as a spirit beast, he would not stay in the Grandmaster's boundary. It would be best if he returned to the lower realm or even the heavenly demonic boundary. He pondered for a while, but did not return to his residence. Shao Qi and Sun Mingwei were both in the heaven-shaking tower, so he had no worries. As for Xue Liu, although she was beautiful, she was too ambitious. She did not have romantic feelings and only fought for benefits. Chu Li's interaction with her was just a transaction, not a relationship. As time passed, he realized that he had become colder. As his martial arts skills and experience increased, it was harder for him to fall in love. Even if he was faced with a beautiful woman, it was difficult for him to be moved. He once analyzed the reason. First, he was satisfied with having Shao Qi and the other ladies by his side. Second, he had many strange skills. After all, most of them were secret Buddhist techniques, which affected him imperceptibly, causing him to not have such a strong desire for women. After thinking about it, he went straight to the city of 10,000 swords. If he could obtain the secret of the city of 10,000 swords and combine the 9 swords into one, even if he could not be invincible, he could still kill the Thunderpool Master without a problem. He could also intimidate the elders, increase his authority, and change the way the Grandmaster and the lower realm got along. If he could not obtain the 9 swords, it would be good to take the opportunity to dissolve the city of 10,000 swords. Otherwise, it would be like a ghost chasing after him and wanting to kill him. It was really annoying. In the evening, Chu Li arrived outside a towering city. This towering city was the city of 10,000 swords, which was bustling with activity. He already knew that the city of 10,000 swords had a city within a city. The inner city was the real city of 10,000 swords with a city protection formation that was extremely tight and impregnable. On the other hand, the outer city was very relaxed. As long as one followed the rules in the city of 10,000 swords disciples would not care. He changed back into Wu Yuanxi's appearance and entered the outer city of the city of 10,000 swords. He passed through the outer city and arrived at the central inner city. He stopped outside the inner city and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The gate of the inner city was no different from the outer city. It was just that the guards guarding the gate were different. The guards at the outer city gate had ordinary martial arts and were only at the 4th level of Celestial, but the guards at the inner city were at the 2nd level of Celestial. The 2 second-stage Celestials sized Chu Li up and said indifferently, "Who are you?" "This is the inner city. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter." Chu Li fist saluted and took out a jade pendant from his inner pocket. He handed it over and said, "I'm looking for Zhu Lungying from your sect." "Senior brother Zhu?" A young guard frowned at him and asked calmly, "Who are you to senior brother Zhu?" "He's my uncle," Chu Li said. "What is your name?" the young guard asked. Chu Li replied, "Wu Yuanxi." "All right, wait a moment." The young guard turned around and went in. The other young guard held his sword and sized him up as if he was trying to see through his internal organs to see if he was a threat. Chu saw that they looked calm and did not have the arrogance of a major sect. He nodded to himself and thought that they were indeed extraordinary. It was not easy to restrain one's arrogance. As a disciple of a major sect, one would naturally have a sense of pride and arrogance. This was also an aura that was deliberately cultivated by the sect, and if one did not control it well, it could easily turn into arrogance. It was almost inevitable. After a while, a middle-aged man came out from behind the young guard. The other young guard fist saluted and nodded with a smile, greeting them. The middle-aged man had a plain appearance. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he looked simple and honest. He looked at Chu Li with a smile and sized him up before returning the jade pendant to him. "You are?" Chu Li could sense his heavenly demonic energy. Even though he had a treasure to suppress it, and it was faintly discernible, it could not hide from his spiritual sense. He was sure that this man was Zhu Lungying, whom he was looking for. He quickly fist saluted and said, "I'm Wu Yuanci. This is a letter for Uncle." He took out a letter from his inner pocket and handed it to Zhu Lungying. Zhu Lungying opened it and read it. He immediately smiled. "How has Brother Zhao been recently?" "Yes," Chu Li said. "Although I'm very worried about my family, I'm in good health." "That's good." Zhu Lungying smiled and nodded. "All right, you shouldn't be too hasty about joining the sect. How about this? Find a place to stay in the outer town, and I'll take care of it." Chu Li was stunned and revealed a disappointed look. Zhu Lungying did not say anything else. He nodded and turned to walk back into the inner town. Chu Li was indeed a little strange this time. Zhu Lungying's attitude was a little strange and a little too cold. He looked at the two young protectors. They smiled calmly and did not say a word. Chu Li fist saluted and sighed in disappointment. He slowly turned around and left. Half of it was an act, and the other half was really strange. He did not know why Zhu Lungying was so cold. Logically speaking, he and sect leader Zhao Lingfeng were best friends, so he should not be acting like this. Could it be that there was some unforeseen event? He thought about it and used the omniscient mirror to observe him as he walked inside. He watched as Zhu Lungying slowly walked back with a thoughtful look on his face. He entered a courtyard and sat down, then entered a room that he could not see. The sect protection formation in the inner town was not fully activated. It was only operating faintly, so he was able to peek a little. From what he could see, the entire city of 10,000 swords was divided into two. The inner town and the outer town occupied the same amount of land, but because the inner town was located inside, it seemed smaller. In fact, it was the same size as the outer town. Zhu Lungying's residence was very far from the center of the city. It was obvious that he was not a core disciple, and his status in the city of 10,000 swords was average. He must have done this on purpose to not attract attention. He observed the situation in the city of 10,000 swords. There were a total of more than 2,000 disciples. It did not seem like a lot, but most of the disciples here were middle-aged or young. There were no elders, so it was obvious that they lived elsewhere. This city of 10,000 swords really had many mysteries that he could uncover. Chu Li was suddenly very interested. He found an inn in the city to stay and began to leisurely enjoy the food. The people in the Beyond Heavens realm were cold, but it was far more prosperous than the heavenly demonic realm. The food and wine in the heavenly demonic realm could not be compared to the lower realm. It was indeed a kind of enjoyment to calm down and slowly savor the food. Ever since he met Zhu Lungying, he did not want to see him for 5 days straight. It was as if he had forgotten about him. Chu Li also kept his cool and did not look for him again. He had already guessed some of Zhu Lungying's intentions. On one hand, he was boasting and putting on airs to let Chu Li know that he was an elder. On the other hand, it was also a kind of test to see if Chu Li could keep his cool and how his temperament was. After all, this was a very risky thing to do. Moreover, he might need to find an opportunity. After all, Zhu Lungying's status was not high, so it would not be easy to get him in. It was not something that could be done with just a few words. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.